Yo. What's up, man?
In a world where space and time are intertwined, to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrive.
Yo.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm live, but I gotta fix my... It's not showing my desktop correctly.
Are you using Club Deck?
No. Oh, there we go. Just had to re-add the scene. Do a little on-the-fly adjustment. 1 second.
How are you not using Club Deck? What are you doing?
I don't know.
Okay, let's roll. I'm ready.
Yes.
Fuck it.
Didn't it show up correctly? There we go. Now I got it.
In a world where space...
All right, joining now.
I know Mexicans.
Linnell believes anything.
Bruh.
I know
Anything.
I know a lot of Mexicans that's like that.
You know Mexican people that pretend that they don't speak English around their Spanish-speaking family? I'm not going.
No.
Not going.
What's going on, Shane? What's going on,
Hola,
Alan?
hola, amigos.
Listen, you guys
Speaking of
sound
the
racist, guys.
Espanol language.
Hola. Thank you. Redirect.
See.
I was going to say I saw Alan put out the APB that people were joining up in here, so I hopped in here to say hey real quick. I got all the kids though, so I can't stay long. But Dave Weiss posted a video today about this content, not a content creator, but they made a book. I'm gonna put it in the chat. It's like right now it's audio. It like got music and it's got like really good voiceover. I bought it for my kids. We're gonna start it tonight after dinner. So check the chat. I think it's fire.
Appreciate it, Run Bust.
What's going on, Shane? How you feel, bro?
Now, yes, Lionel.
What's going on, man? No, I just want you to say what's up to the homegirl Laliana. I was just telling her that I knew an Indian dude that pretend like he don't speak English around his family.
Yeah, that's true. When you asked me to talk, I had to close the door, lock it from the inside. That's what I had to do, and that's why I took some time. Yeah.
Laliana, have you ever heard of that before?
Yo, I thought he was fucking joking for a minute. I know damn well. You serious, bro?
Well, I've been in the States too long to know what's going on in India, and I don't have immediate family there. So I haven't been back in a long time. I'm ashamed and embarrassed to say that, but I have not been back to the mother country in a long time.
Hey,
Sound like
Alan, I
Rock.
sent you an invite. Can you come up? I'll try to send Alan an invite.
Oh, I should be
Alan
up. Can you hear me?
on stage,
Here.
Lord
He's
John.
on stage, Lord. Space Audits. He's up here.
My
All
bad.
right. And John says that he's pressed for time. He said about 10 minutes ago that he has an hour. So here you go,
All right,
John.
let's get busy. So the discussion I think you guys want to have is primarily, I think John wants to talk primarily about the angular size of the sun, right? And John, I don't want to straw man your position. I think I could still man it, but I'm going to let you state your position, and then I'll let either Alan or Shane kind of rebut. John, you there, bro?
Yeah,
Bro,
thanks.
you got the floor.
Yeah, thanks. So first of all, I just wanted to say I was hoping to get some materials from Shane or whoever I'm going to be debating here, so that I could take a look at them beforehand. Because in previous experiences, I have things kind of sprung on me that I don't know about. It takes time, at least 10, 15 minutes to look at something. So I hope that's not going to happen. I took some pains to share all of the things that I'm going to be talking about over on the Discord server a 3 hours ago, maybe. And it's all stuff it's all my own data, supplemented by data that Lisbeth has taken herself, and then my own analysis based on this. There's no third-party things with the exception of the pictures that Lisbeth took, which I think can be admitted into evidence as well. I also wanted to just say, and I just think it's an important thing to say all the time, that I'm arguing on the basis of a model that has an extraordinarily large number of entailments, any one of which could be used to falsify it. If any of the entailments of the globe model, if you want to call it that, I don't actually call it that since it's these days a directly observed fact, but I will defer to the audience here and treat it as if it were just a model. That model has an extraordinarily large number of very precise entailments. We can predict the times of eclipses to the second, where you have to be. We can, tell you what direction you have to look to see the sun, the moon, comets, once we've discovered them with telescopes, very, very precisely. And if any of those things ever didn't work, you would not be the first to be saying, oh, there's something wrong here. Scientists would do the same thing. So I just think it's really important. And so I'm at a distinct disadvantage because I think it's fair to say that you don't have a model. You have an idea, and that idea is that the Earth is flat. That's the idea. That idea comes almost explicitly with no numerical values for things. You won't even tell us how high you think the sun is above the Earth, even though I think you are willing to commit to the idea that it circles at a given altitude, at least maybe over the course of a day. I don't know how you feel about it during the seasons, but at least over the course of a day, presumably it stays the same altitude above the Earth. So I use the very few things that I think you mostly commit to rigorously falsify the model. And the most important thing is just the simple, directly observable fact. Anybody can easily check with a cheap camera and a solar filter like Lisbeth has done, like I've done, that shows that the sun is always a half a degree in diameter. I mean, to be specific, it's between 0.524 degrees and 0.542 degrees in diameter, no matter where you look at it from, no matter what time you look at it. And it doesn't vary by even that much over the course of a single day. It varies by less than 1 part out of 1,000 over the course of a day, and that's because of the fact that the Earth gets closer to or further away from the sun in its orbit as it moves around. So just starting with that fact, the fact that the sun does not change its size noticeably at all, barely changes its size detectably over the course of a day, that fact means that it does not move away from or toward us to even 0.1% over the course of a day. And so there's two problems with that. Of course, number one is you can't make it become night with a sun that's above the Earth and never gets any further away from you or closer to you. That's number one. But most importantly, of course, is the fact that you can't make day and night at the same time at different places on a flat Earth with a sun that's always the same distance from every point on Earth. So I'll just I'll just end with this, and that is the thing that I put at the very beginning of the room chat. It's a simple document that just points out, one of a million ideas like this. If you simply think about seeing the sun 30 degrees above the horizon, it's simple trig to show that sun is twice as far away from you as it is from the person for whom it's directly overhead, as the document shows. Twice as far away from you. That means it's half as big. The sun never gets half as big to anybody. It never changes by more than 1.3% from its average size. So it never does that. And that's only when it's 30 degrees from the horizon. When it gets close to the horizon, it has to get really, really small, and it just doesn't do that. Now, I anticipate that you will bring to evidence to bear suggesting that it does. Well, it doesn't. Elizabeth's pictures show that. My pictures show that. We're the only ones in here, I believe, who've actually done taken the data, done the research. If you want to challenge that, all I have to say to you is take the data yourself. And I'm done. I'll land there.
Shane, you want to go first?
Alan, what do y'all want to hop in?
Yeah, so you said a lot of things, John. You just got up a little bit. You started with the eclipse boast again. I'm just going to stick on that real quick before we go to the sun and all your claims about your data. You had said that the heliocentric model was so robust with its specificity and the degree of its predictions that actually it can make the predictions of the timing of an eclipse. And you, I think, noted direction, which in this case would be azimuth, right? So that is a required participant for predicting an eclipse. You need the azimuth, you need the sun's altitude, you need the path width, you need the gamma, and you need the day. So which part of those do you think would be heliocentric exclusive?
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, the point is the model that I'm referring to is not just, of course, the globe Earth, but the heliocentric model. Of course, you don't, if you are heading towards a kinematic argument, let me just say, as I've said many times, I get that you can look at everything from the Earth as if it were standing still and not rotating, and then all you need to do is make everything move however it needs to be at the distance and in the direction that it needs to be in the right place. And I know that you can take that frame. Of course, the point of that is that if you do that, then you have no dynamics for it. You have no explanation. The heliocentric model, you don't need relativity at the level that we're talking about. You can simply use the Newtonian model, which has the idea, this is not saying that masses attract mass, but that's what the Newtonian model is based on, and that model is all you need to make all the predictions.
Well, that model actually doesn't predict anything because the model doesn't predict eclipses, right? The heliocentric model actually doesn't have a spot for eclipses. It has Fred Espenat, who uses the geocentric eclipse prediction method of the 3,000 Saros cycles, where he, mapped out and predicted. And actually, NASA predicts 0 eclipses. They don't know anything about eclipses. Fred Espenat is who they rely on in sight and uses all the sources. Now, on Fred Espenat's data, which is, as you trying to get away with a kinematic equivalence. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there is literally not a single aspect of eclipses and eclipses predicting that is heliocentric exclusive. Not a single one. And all the aspects that we're looking at real quick, I'm just going to go through them what I listed before, right? You have the TD, which is the terrestrial dynamic time of the greatest eclipse. That's just a mean average of when the moon shadow passes closest to the Earth. You have the time, which is the day. You have the series. You have the gamma, which is just the distance of the moon shadow from the center of the greatest eclipse measured in units of Earth's equatorial radius. You can try and take a shot at that one if you want. The path width in kilometers and the central line duration. That is literally what you need for any eclipse to be predicted. If you can't predict an eclipse using just these dynamics or these parameters, then you don't know anything about predicting eclipses. So you started with a broad boast of the accuracy of the wonderful divinity of the heliocentric model, and you included eclipse predictions in that. And we had, I think, spoken about this before, but I think you ended up disengaging or being busy or whatever. So right now, can you name a single aspect of eclipses that is heliocentric exclusive?
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say this is not the topic that we're here to discuss.
You started by boasting about it, man.
I mentioned the fact that the model has a number of an innumerable number of entailments, all of which leave it vulnerable. But we're here to talk about the implications of the simple fact that the sun is always a half a degree in apparent diameter. That's what I'm here to talk about.
So you agree that it's geocentric as well as heliocentric, and that the eclipses are non-heliocentric exclusive in any aspect. You agree, right? That's why we're going to move on.
I really don't want to even comment. That's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about the implications of the simple fact that the sun is always a half a degree in apparent diameter.
Well, then maybe you should have kept your opening to that specifically. Okay. Yeah.
No, Cordy, you gotta let them talk. Go ahead. You got it, Shane. Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe you should have, shouldn't have addressed that specifically in your opening in this broad claim when you were trying to boast about the accuracy of the model with which you're not familiar. Now, we can move forward for sure, but I'm going to need you to say that either you're unfamiliar enough to go forward or that you're actually wrong and it's geocentric, and then we can talk about the stuff.
Well, I'm not going to say that. I would have to look into the words that you use, the things that you talked about. I'm not an expert on predicting eclipses, but I can tell you this, is that eclipses are predicted precisely using our knowledge of the heliocentric model. And I don't if you want this, I'll give you this much of a bone. I understand that there are patterns, and you can use the patterns to get approximate things. I don't think that you can use the patterns to predict the positions of eclipses, out nearly as far as you can using the heliocentric model itself with the with the detailed knowledge of the orbits. But that's all I'm going to say on that. I want to get to the topic that we agreed we were going to talk about here.
So you doubled down on not knowing, yet reasserted the claim without any evidence. Hold on. So you had said that you know for sure that it's heliocentric. I listed all the attributes. I asked you which one was exclusive. You said
are we going to talk about? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I guess I do. But are we going to talk about the implications of the fact that the sun is always a half a degree in apparent diameter or not?
Well, John, actually, I'm debating whether I need to have you, if you're going to give an honest discussion, because this would be intellectual integrity at this point. Either you're going to admit that you don't know what you're talking about and we can move on, or admit that it's geocentric as well as heliocentric, which is my position. That's what I'm saying. Clearly, I looked into it and I know what I'm saying. You're just going to baselessly assume that I'm wrong and assert without evidence. So I'm a little unfamiliar with how this is going to go forward, man.
At the very least, John, maybe I'll give you the opportunity to strike it from the record. Just forget that you said that, because you did bring it up. So it is fair that he gets.
It's fair enough. I didn't bring it up as a topic. I brought it up as to make the point that everything about our model is vulnerable. And if Shane has some reason to say that the predictions that we make with our model are not accurate or are less accurate than predictions that he can make using patterns, then I'm willing to hear that another time.
Yeah, I think the claim was just that it's not exclusive, but I guess we can move on. I think we all heard what took place there, but just in all fairness, you do got to accept ownership for bringing it up. Like, he didn't bring it up.
Fair enough. I accept ownership for bringing it up.
Great. So then the claim becomes the angular size of the sun. Now, as we say all the time, actually the distance to the sun, the 93 million, is based upon the angular size. It's actually based upon the size and diameter of the solar disk. If you use the good old the angular size full formula, right, with delta equals 2 times the arctan of d over 2d, I'm sure everyone's familiar, you can actually historically equate all the, quote, guesses of the historical sun distance to this formula, keeping the exact same angular size, or 0.53 degrees as it would appear. And you can start with Copernicus, right, who distance to the sun he guessed was 3 million. Using the same formula, keeping an angular size 0.53 degrees, you get something like 322,000 diameter, 3 million miles away. That all equals out. Tycho Brahe and Kepler both put out 13 million using the same formula. Again, delta equals 2 times the arctan of d over 2d. They put it at the diameter about 1,395,000 miles-ish, and that gives the distance 13 million. Anyway, all the way through, you finally get to 1869. It took a wild stab. Ended up being a distance 95,274,000, which is, I think, the closest of the historical guesses. And again, keeping the angular size based on 0.53 degrees, they can just play with the diameter and the distance, and that's how you get the so-called, quote, distance to the sun. Now, what you have there is a covariant scaling factor, meaning that it works for an innumerable amount of pairs, meaning it could work for a different diameter and a different distance all the way through. It could even be something like 3,567 miles away and 33 miles wide. That would be exactly the same angular size, 0.53 degrees. Keeping that covariant scaling ratio, you could bring it up. 0.53 degrees could also work if it's 864 miles away and 8 miles wide. Could also work if it's 1,729 miles away, 16 miles wide. You guys are getting the idea. It could also work if it was 6 million miles away and 56,000 miles wide. All of these are covariant scaling factors based on the single observation of the solar disk of 0.53 degrees.
Okay, so the reason, of course, that those don't work is the reason that I already pointed out. If you do want to make the sun be 3,500 miles away, and I don't know, what is it, 35, 40 miles in diameter, 30 miles, whatever it is, then the problem you have is that with your model, it gets, 5, 6 times further away as it goes around the equator, as it goes around the Tropic of Capricorn, and therefore it has to get smaller. It can be that size when it's overhead, but if it is, then it has to be more like a tenth of a degree. A tenth of a degree when it's 5 times further away, which it will be. So that's why it can't be that. You can quibble about whether it's a million miles, maybe. I mean, I can pretty much easily prove to you with my pictures that it's much more than a million miles away. But you can quibble about maybe 20 million, 90 million, 100, 200 million. You can quibble about that. But the point is that the implications of the fact that it's always a half a degree viewed from everywhere on Earth at any time means that it cannot be local. And you cannot make night and day simultaneously on a flat surface with a sun that is not local. You can't even do it with a local sun, but you really can't do it with a sun that's not local.
Well, it absolutely works with it being local. That's why I went over the pairing specifically starting with if it was 3,567 miles away and 33 miles wide, it would retain exactly 0.53 degrees the whole time.
No, I'm sorry. I have to interrupt because I just pointed out why that's not true. If it's 3,500 miles away and half a degree in diameter, then it will move. Your sun cannot stay 3,500 miles away from every point on Earth. It can't do that.
Well, I'm not saying that that's the distance or the size. I'm saying that's one of a tuple of a covariant scaling factor series that would
you
work.
Can use all the big words you want, but
John, you gotta let him finish, bro. You gotta let him finish. He let you finish. You gotta let him finish.
I'm not making any claims to the size or the distance of the sun. I'm arguing why the apparent optical diameter, meaning that the size of the solar disk being constant, actually works when it's completely out of your within your limit. The actual argument is whether it's 6,218 miles away or whether it's 93 million miles away, it's going to remain optically the same size. So.
Okay, so once again, and we can go over this as many times as you need to, if the sun is a few thousand miles away at some point and is the right size, the half a degree at that point, it will not be the right size when it's 10,000 miles away, which it has to be. It can't be 3,500 miles away always from everybody on Earth. The only way you can get a sun that is always within 0.1%, this is what happens over the course of a day, less than 0.1% different from every place on Earth, is for it to be 1,000 times further away than the furthest 2 points on Earth. That's something like 20,000 miles. If it's 20,000 miles across the Earth, then the minimum distance for the sun for its variation over the course of a day to be less than 0.1% is 20 million miles. That's just a simple mathematical fact.
Sorry, I zoned out. Can you repeat that?
Okay, so the sun never, over the course of a day, the sun never varies its size by more than 0.1%.
Right.
Now, there are places on Earth that are 20,000 miles apart. That means that those two places, that 20,000 miles, if that's going to be the difference in distance, for the sun to be 0.1% different at one place than it is at another, that means that that 20,000 miles represents 0.1% of the distance to the sun. You cannot get a variation as small as the variation that we observe every day with a sun less than 20 million miles from Earth. That's just a simple mathematical fact.
Well, based on the angular size formula that I started with, it actually would be mathematically indistinct whether it was any of those covariants. So we started with 3,567 miles away and 33 miles wide. Could also be 3,026,900 miles away, 28,000 miles wide. Could also be 46,701 miles away, 432,000 miles wide. The point of listing those tuples there is just to say either one of those is equally valid. So when you're saying it can only be this and it has to be, no. Based on math, based on the angular size formula, based on how that distance is determined, literally as long as the solar disk distance doesn't change, it could easily be wider and further no matter what. That's just based on optics. And the argument actually is it's at least 6,210 miles away from everyone at any given point. Whether it's further than that, I don't know, but that's the minimum distance we would see. That's the minimum distance anyone would see sunrise on Earth.
Okay, so I can see I'm going to have to say it again. I get the fact is that the size of the sun has to be about 1/100th of its distance. That's how you get a half a degree, right? The sun is 93 million miles away. It's about 850,000, I can't remember what, but it's about 1/100th of that in diameter. Those are the dimensions, but forget that. We would see the same thing as long as the diameter of the actual sun was 1/100th of its distance from us, always. But it has to be always. No matter how far the sun is away from us, its diameter has to be 1/100th of that. Now, there are places on Earth that differ in distance by 20,000 miles, and that means that a sun that's nearby may vary its distance from one place to another by as much as 20,000 miles. If you're going to have the size change limited to less than 0.1%, then that 20,000 miles has to represent 0.1% of the distance to the sun from either place. And that means that the minimum distance to the sun from any place on Earth to accommodate the fact that its size doesn't change, not what its size is, but the fact that its size doesn't change by more than 0.1%, is 20 million miles. That's just a simple mathematical fact.
That's a particular description of
So
your
if I may,
favorite
real quick,
ratio.
Shane, I guess John's. I guess he's basically saying, hey, how come if the sun is what we say it is, how come it doesn't change in angular size? He's basically saying, hey, your sun should be shrinking in angular size.
And I put a link to a diagram that I put together some time ago showing this. If you click on the link in there, you'll see what it shows is three different possibilities. First of all, something more like what the flat Earth model is. There's a blue disk with a sun that's close to that disk. That's a local sun. That local sun varies enormously in its distance from different places. And so if it were to appear to be half a degree, say, at point B, then it would appear much smaller than that. at point A being so much further from it. You can make things a little bit better by raising the sun up, as I did in the second diagram there. There you've got the 30-degree thing again. But even there, you get a size change of 50%. 50%. That's enormously more than we see over the course of a day. And so the final diagram, kind of at the right side of the page, starts to show you what you have to have. You have to have a sun whose distance from points A and B doesn't change by more than 0.1%. Now, I'm not sure, that's way more. That diagram shows way more than 0.1%. I haven't begun to put that sun as far away as it would have to be in order for that difference to be 0.1%. But I hope you can see already that there's no way that sun is going to make night at A and day at B. It's the same distance from both places.
Okay, so 1 second, Shane, could you basically his claim is that the sun doesn't change in angular size. Can you either I don't know if you agree with that or disagree with that, but could you provide something that says, hey, the sun does change in angular size? Here's my proof. And also, if it doesn't change in angular size, why could that still be possible on a stationary flat plane? And also, you can maybe address his ridiculous. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. Also, address his claim of why there couldn't be any day and night at the same time on a plane.
Yeah, so let's see. First, in the diagram you hear, we're maintaining the proportionality. You already assuming a diameter and a distance for this giant, massive, luminous sun that would have to maintain its luminosity across this distance A and B that you're sketching over here. But let's assume that, first of all, optically, when you look at the sun rising and setting, it does appear to start small and get big as it comes to your zenith, and then receding to the horizon as it comes and goes. That's then they would say that's just glare, right? The sun is glare, and then you put a solar filter and you make the same observation, and there is a tiny minute variance in the solar disk size from noon as it is to zenith, that is the sunrise. That's also noted on timeanddate.com. But let's just, for the fun of it, argue that it shouldn't need to change angular size, because it really shouldn't. If it's always observed and viewed at its maximum or minimum distance, meaning in our case, if you have a maximum viewing distance of 6,218 miles, which is what I argue all the time, and the sun is either at or beyond that, then it would always remain the same angular size more or less to you throughout the day. And that is really my position. So the argument that it should and that it has to and that it needs to is a huge aggressive strawman.
John, can you still man what he just said? Can you still man what he just said?
No, I really can't. Maybe he wants to try again.
Yeah, try again, Shay.
Yeah, I don't argue that the sun should have to change angular size. You're assuming that it has a presupposed diameter and distance to make this proportionality work that you have in your diagram here. I'm not saying that it's changing. I'm saying that it's not changing size, right? Because even if you look at it optically, it does appear to change size. You can say that that's glare. If you put a solar filter on, it still will change size, but at a much smaller rate. Therefore, from sunrise to zenith to sunset, it would appear to change. But let's just give you the benefit of the doubt and say that it doesn't change at any point throughout the day. That would also work with my argument, as we only see in a maximum distance of 6,218 miles. No matter how you break that down, whether the sun is at that or beyond that, it will always appear at that size to us. Everyone only ever sees the apparent position of the sun anyway.
Okay, well, that's just nonsense. The sun, we see it all day long in the Gleason map model. That means it's making half of its circuit around the equator, the Tropic of Capricorn or Cancer, or halfway in between, whatever it is on the course of a day. That means from most places, it's going to vary its distance. Sometimes, most places like where I live, it's never directly overhead, but there are places where it is, and at least where I live, it sometimes gets close to directly overhead. So sometimes it's close to whatever that distance is, and I know you guys won't commit to a distance, because the moment you do, we can just show you that that's not true. I mean, it's any distance you choose is easily disproved. But let's just choose one. Let's choose 3,500 miles because that's a good, that's an example. If it's near 3,500 miles over my head now, then an hour later it's going to be significantly more than 3,500 miles away from me, and it's going to be significantly smaller as a result. And I can see the sun for at least an hour every day. In that hour, it moves noticeably further away from me, and it will get noticeably smaller, but it doesn't. I've put pictures that I took all day long in a link there in the chat. I've put the pictures that Lisbeth took all day long in the chat there. And the thing you see, the only thing you ever see, is the modest vertical compression of the sun that happens as a result of standard atmospheric refraction when the sun is near the horizon, a place that it can't get in the Gleason model. But that's another topic.
Oh, right. Sun, and I forgot about nighttime. You forgot that flat earthers have never seen nighttime, right? So the fact that it actually leaves your peripheral view, meaning that the sun actually takes its light with it. It resolves, it goes far enough away to set, right? To be set on your horizon, really at that limit, 6,218 miles-ish, where it would appear to set. And then the next person will see it rise if they're, a little bit, or if they're halfway around the flat Earth, they would see that sun appear to rise as it goes along. What's really happening is it's taking its luminescence with it. So if the sun is, let's say, fluorescing ionized gases like argon, helium, and hydrogen to do sunset and twilight for like blue sky and orange dusk and so yellow. If all that's happening, it actually has a field around it that it's taking with it. The sun is producing an electric field. I think everyone knows this, even in your model, and that's ionizing gases as it goes to create the daylight. And when the sun is no longer visible to you, the ionized gases are still visible. That's why you have dusk and twilight. And eventually that goes too, and then when the sun actually sets, it takes its light with it. That's exactly how a sun works on flat Earth.
Okay, that was a remarkable word salad, but let's return to the simple fact that no matter how you stretch it.
Hold on, John, because first you said that he didn't commit to a number, to a distance, which he did. He committed to a distance. And then when he finished his rebuttal, you just said, nuh-uh, is nonsense. Like, so let's just start giving some facts.
Okay,
if you're
so
gonna bring
did
up
he?
some facts, not just say this is what it's supposed to do on a flat Earth. It's just supposed to get smaller. I mean, bro, you're a PhD. Come on.
So did I maybe I misheard? Was he committing to a height of the sun of 6,200 and whatever it was miles? Is that how high it is? And is it that height for everybody always? It's that distance from everybody on our planet at all times? Is that what I just heard? Because if so, allow me to rebut that.
Well, let Shane clarify that, and then you guys can continue. Sure.
Yeah, no, I said that I wasn't making any claims about the size of the distance, but I was saying
that's what I thought.
Further claims were based
Jose
on the
seems to have heard
diameter
something
of the size.
Yes,
solar diameter. So that's what I was basing it on. Is it's all based on optics, and we can further extrapolate distances, which is where I got the 3,000. The 3,000 mile distance was based on one of those covariant scaling factors based on the optical diameter. I wasn't claiming that's what it is. Your whole position seems to be built on me claiming a certain distance. Is that true? Or do
no, my position
is that it shouldn't change angular size. Do you have any arguments that would be able to argue my position that it shouldn't change angular size?
My position is that the fact that it doesn't change angular size means that it's always the same distance from every point on the planet to within 1 part in 1,000. Always. Always. And there's only one way for the sun to be the same distance from every point on the planet. And that's for it to be very, very, very far away.
No, I mean, you can have an apparent position of the sun, and that'll solve the same problem, right? That's how.
So now we're appealing to magic? Is this magic?
No, that's how my model works, right? When you have an observer,
it is indeed
based on the sun azimuth and the elevation, and then you can tell exactly where that's going to be. So when you're saying, and I forgot, you interrupted, and I forgot.
So your model, I mean, is, I don't want to get into that now, but I'd love to talk about that sometime. Your quote, your model, unquote. But let's not talk about that. Let's stay on this simple fact. The fact that the sun is always the same size to within 1 part in 1,000 visually means that it's always the same distance from every point on the planet to within 1 part in 1,000. Draw yourself a picture of a disk and then draw yourself a sun that's the same distance from every point on that disk to within 0.1%. And then tell me how you make night in some places and day in others at the same time. The only way you can make night on a flat Earth with a sun that never changes its size is for that sun to go around behind the flat Earth, and then it's night everywhere.
Hey,
No.
John, did you know? So when Shane said what he just said, did you understand what he said?
No, I did not.
All right,
Okay,
cool. All
so
right.
you can, so the reason you keep repeating yourself, because that's what you're doing, is because you don't understand what he's saying to you. Is
No,
that
the
correct?
reason I keep repeating myself is because what he says is nonsense. And any of you can understand that. All you have to do is try to make sense of it yourself.
Okay, so Shane, John is having trouble understanding what you're saying, and
Hey,
so now what I was going to say is, Shane is saying that in his model, the sun doesn't need to get smaller. He can construct a model in which the sun stays the same size, and it is a ratio of size to distance, where as it moves across the sky, it doesn't need to get smaller.
That is nonsense. Tell
No,
me
no,
how.
Shane,
Shane, please. Okay, Linnell. Shane, please explain to me how you make a sun move across the sky, changing its distance from everybody and remaining the same visual size to everybody.
hey,
Tell me how that works.
before he continues and starts to explain it, please do not interrupt in the middle of the explanation, John. Continue.
If you've never seen the model, right, it actually shows how exactly that happens. The sun circles above flat Earth, and as it rises and sets to each observer, as demonstrated by the little personal azimuthal grid, it stays exactly the same angular size in that azimuthal grid, which is actually why it's using the covariant scaling factor that I dictated and went over about using that 93 million figure, including the diameter based on the optical diameter of 0.53 degrees. What the model demonstrates, though, is that for each observer, the sun retains its actual angular size from sunrise to sunset, and for each different observer, it actually matches all observable data from timeanddate.com from every sun observation and azimuth from all across all the latitudes, demonstrated on the flat Earth with a personal azimuthal grid. That's how it works. That's what I've been arguing. That's how it maintains the same distance the whole way, and that's how it circles above flat Earth.
Okay, good. So let's move on to your model. I think maybe it's time to do that because I'm very, very familiar with Shane's model. And I'm very familiar, of course, with the reason Walter Bislin wrote your model and what
John,
he says about it.
What you said?
Sorry? Yeah, I do. Let me explain what Shane's model does. What Shane's model does is it takes the sun where it would have to be in the Gleason model, and then it runs bendy light over to a magical personal dome over any you specify the latitude and longitude of the observer. You build a magical personal dome over that observer. You take light from the sun where it is in your model and bend it around so that an image of it appears on this magical dome at the place where it actually is seen. Now, you can't see in Shane's model, you can't actually see the sun. You see the image of the sun projected onto this magical personal dome via these bendy light rays. And for instance, one of the things I've talked a lot with you guys about is the fact if you construct a dome over the place where Elizabeth will be going in a month and a half, and then run the model through a day, you'll see the sun move around over the Tropic of Capricorn, where it will be when Elizabeth is down there. And it will appear at noon. It's not far off. At local noon, you will be looking north and up at about 30 some odd degrees, and you'll see the sun. And it'll be close to where it actually is, but not exactly where it is. Light has to bend a little bit because it doesn't appear where the sun really is. But then as the day goes on and the sun moves around over the Tropic of Capricorn, the image of the sun moves in the opposite direction around the magical dome, and 12 hours later at local midnight appears about 15 degrees above the southern horizon. So Lisbeth will see, according to Shane's model, Lisbeth will see the sun 15 degrees above the southern horizon at midnight, and that's because the light from the actual sun will be bending over her head and then coming back down, forming an image on the magic personal dome 15 degrees above the horizon to the south. And then it continues on. Shane's model does, of course, tell you where you have to look to see the sun because it's based on the actual heliocentric model. It takes the heliocentric positions, constructs a dome that puts all those represents those positions correctly, and then takes bendy light from the ridiculous positions of those objects in the Gleason map model and makes them go to the places they need to go on the magic personal dome. Did I get anything wrong, Shane?
Yeah, all of it. What it sounds like is you listened to a bunch of anti-flat Earth groupies who told you what they thought about it and that you didn't actually inspect it one iota. But let's go through it. What it actually does is convert coordinate systems. So what you could say is that it converts geodesic to local alt-as, or could be from local longitude latitude to horizontal, which would be altitude as. That's exactly what you have, is just a simple coordinate system transformation. If you look at Stellarium, it uses the exact same code and the exact same principle. Obviously, it's in a different language, but if you look at it, I think this is their function here. It has from geodesic to observer geodetic, and it has these two functions to convert it. So if you actually look at the code, it's got nothing to do with bendy light and having to do ridiculous, superfluous lines that actually don't connect anything in reality to anything that's observed. What it's actually doing is converting coordinate systems from a local alt-as grid. Think about the azimuthal grid in Stellarium to an equatorial-based grid, like the equatorial system with a unifying great meridian, such as the equator, so that you have something like the celestial equator, so that you can make observations that are based on an actual commonality. If you don't have that, then your alt-as would be different than the other alt-as in local parts. But what it's actually doing is showing you how the sun retains its angular size from sunrise to sunset while it circles above flat Earth, while retaining accurate sunrise and sunset times from timeanddate.com. That is what it does. No bendy light required. The sunset and sunrise times drive the whole model. That's what it's showing. That's what the data is scrolling on the top right. That's what it's really made for, is to display celestial phenomenon on flat Earth. How it works exactly is how we observe it. If you backtrace what a multiple alt-as local observations would be, you can create what is known as the celestial sphere model, and that is how they actually built it. So when you're just repeating what other people have said about what they think the model does, it's kind of a weak position. I thought that you would have had at least the wherewithal to study the code, to look into it, to tell me where the heliocentric exclusive bits were, because Walter and all his minions have been unable to do that so far. Now, the last bit you mentioned was the 24-hour sun. Now, of course, the data 60 south latitude, the data past 60 south is sketchy at best. When you get further south, it gets sketchier. There's a direct linear relationship there. I wouldn't trust any data past the 70th south parallel When you get to the 80th, it's just going to have inverted northern data. What timeanddate.com actually has from the sparse data in the south is inverted northern data. If you actually look at the twilight data from the north-south on the same latitude, you'll see disparities between twilight and sunrise and sunset in the north-south on the disparity seasons 6 months apart. If it was a sphere on a perfect sphere, they would have to be perfectly symmetrical. Those times would be inverse 6 months away. They're absolutely not. So it's a well-known issue that the data from below the 70th south is sparse enough where they have just inverted northern data. That is why the model shows the 24-hour sun being observed from the observer in the south. I don't stand by that as a real-world observation, but when I have no other data to fill it with, that's what it will display. So.
Okay, well, I have a lot to say in response to that, but it does make me curious. It sounds to me like you are predicting that Elizabeth will not see what your model says she will see.
Oh, I don't care at all about any of that. So if you have another question.
You don't care about that. Okay, no, I'm just more curious. Do you think that Elizabeth is going to see the sun above the southern horizon at midnight, local midnight?
We'll have to ask her when she gets back.
That's not what we're here to argue, though. What are we?
Well, I wasn't what I was here to argue, but Shane has turned this conversation to the magical personal dome, and so that's what we're now talking about. And it's related. It is the case. He says there's no bendy light, but there's a parameter there specifically that says, how bendy would you like the light to be? I don't know if Shane has looked at his model, but one of the parameters in his model is, how bendy would you like this light to be? It doesn't go by that name. But if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, that would only be because you haven't looked at Shane's model.
So we agree that eclipses are geocentric, not exclusive. We agree that the sun doesn't.
What about the bendy light thing, Shane? Sorry, I just made an accusation. You said there's no bendy light. I said there's a parameter that explicitly asks you, how bendy would you like the light to be? Right? True?
We agree the angular size of the sun doesn't have to change on a flat Earth.
Shane, is there a parameter in your model that specifically asks, how bendy would you like the light to be? Yes or no?
In my model, no. No, there is no option for how bendy the light is. There is a UI option, which has a optional disabled to be able to choose bendy light, which superfluously will attach one mark on the non-star referencing grid on the celestial grid to one star not referencing grid on the azimuthal grid, which will actually have no relevance or correlation to any real star or any real direction or any directionality or anything in reality. You can certainly put that option on, but I took the UI away that would enable it. Does that answer your question, John?
No. That was an able word salad. But all anybody has to do is to look at the scripts, which show things like star trails, the seasons, all of those things. They explicitly show the bendy light that takes light from the actual object in the Gleason model that you cannot see and puts it on the magical personal dome in the place it has to be to agree with the heliocentric model. That's just a simple fact. That's the way Walter Bislin wrote your model.
No, that's not how it does. What it does is show alt as local observations, right? That's what the whole purpose of it is. That's what the local azimuthal grid is.
You do not interrupt, John.
System transformation. That's why it's based on transformations back and forth. That's why the code itself relies on geodesic to local alt as coordinate system transformations. That's why it's heavily reliant on that. That's really what you would call the backbone of the model. So what you're taking is sun observation, sun altitude, sun azimuth, direction and elevation of the sun, and you're putting that from coordinate system as a local alt as, meaning where you observe it, meaning how many degrees above your horizon you see that, and it's transcribed back to a geodesic or a ecliptic coordinate system with a unifying great meridian, meaning it will be transferred to a local grid so that everyone else can be able to track it. That's the whole point of the local to the celestial or the geodesic to the alt as. That's what it's doing. When you're talking about bendy light, all that happened there is the actual extra superfluous function that has no actual meaning on the functionality of the displayed observations, as I've shown by disabling it in the manipulation of the model itself. You can actually show all the observations without any bendy light. the correlation with that is that even in the heliocentric model, in the land of perfect parallel, non-bendy light rays extending perfectly out into space, you still see the phenomenon of crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays, meaning your perspective is in fact bending that perfectly parallel light around you and as the observer, so that you see two converging points on the front and the back. That's the anti-crepuscular rays, meaning it appears to converge behind you where the sun is not. So that is a daytime observation of what your perspective is doing to, even in your world, perfectly parallel sun rays. So what the model is actually emulating is that your personal azimuthal grid is doing that with the observable celestial reality around you.
Wow. So now we've got crepuscular rays somehow. That's a nice big word, I guess, to go along with the rest of that able word salad. But let me, okay, so here we go. One question for you. Is there any place on Earth at any time when you can look at where the sun is, where it literally is, not where it appears, where it is, and see it there? For instance, let me be more specific. At McMurdo Station, Antarctica, is it ever possible in the Gleason map model to see the sun west of you? Ever?
I have no idea. I wasn't listening. Sorry.
Is it ever possible at McMurdo Station, Antarctica, ever possible to look westward and see the sun in the west?
No idea. Never been there.
Well, your model says that you do. Your model. So you should check your model out. It says you do. Okay?
Is that the inverted northern data that's from timeanddate.com, like I said before?
Well, are you standing by your model or not? You seem to like parts of your model. You seem to think that it has something to say about the apparent size of the sun. We've gotten pretty far afield from the fact that the actual physical sun in the Gleason model varies its distance from any observer by at least a factor of 3, 4, 5 over the course of a day. That means it has to change its size by a factor of 3, 4, or 5 over the course of a single day, while always remaining high above the horizon and the brightest thing by far in the sky. Now, number one, that doesn't happen. The sun actually doesn't stay in the sky. And number two, it doesn't change its size. Now, I know you have a model that includes a magic personal dome of vision that changes what actually is in the Gleason map model to what you actually see on the real Earth. But that doesn't change the fact that the actual sun in the Gleason map model is never to the west of McMurdo Station. Now, your model says that it is, and it is in fact true that it is sometimes. Not only is it to the west, but at local midnight at McMurdo Station, in our winter, in their summer, the sun is viewable above the southern horizon, just as Lisbeth will see it in a month and a half. And it'll be very interesting to me to see what happens when Lisbeth sees that and comes back and reports her observations. But the actual visible sun that you see in Antarctica in the summer at local midnight is visible to the south, out there above the ice wall, beyond in the Never Land to the south, is visible every day at midnight. I say day at midnight because it's always day. The sun never sets. Now, that's a fact, and that is something your model says, and it's something you're distancing yourself from, even though it's what Lisbeth will see in a month and a half when she goes there.
Wow, you speak so slowly. So I think what we agreed on is that eclipses are certainly not exclusive to the heliocentric model. The sun's angular size doesn't have to change for the flat Earth model. The sun's angular size has previously been used to guesstimate based on a covariant relationship on the diameter and the distance, so that people like you believe it's 93 million miles away. we've also agreed that based on the flat Earth model that actually does convert geodesic to alt as local grids and doesn't really do anything else, that phenomenon is totally explainable on a flat Earth as we have it detailed out. And I think that I'm good if anyone else has anything else to say or question.
By the way, geodetic. Okay, so you're cooked. Done, huh?
Well, I was just seeing if anyone else wants to talk to you because I was pretty bored of you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, I just find it's John is the model guy, toy model guy. I think models are like the end all be all, and it's model or nothing. So I think many of us understand the limitations of models and the limitations of knowledge, and don't want to put our foot in our mouths and just commit to things that we have no, empirical data about, or way of really knowing.
So what do you say, Jamal? Is Elizabeth going to see the sun 15 degrees above the southern horizon at local midnight in a month and a half?
Well, I'm a betting man. I say no. I bet no. But who's to say? But if I had to bet, I'd say no. I don't expect that.
And by the way, does anybody think that if she does, that means the Earth isn't flat? Just curious. Does anybody think that?
No.
No, I don't either.
There's still no.
No, I don't think it has any bearing on the ground.
But here's what it does mean. It does mean that the Gleason map model is wrong. Can we all agree on that?
No.
No.
Well, see now there you're not being honest. I'm willing to be honest enough to concede that seeing the sun circle over your head in Antarctica in the winter doesn't mean that the Earth isn't flat. But you can't have a sun circling over your head in Antarctica and still think the Gleason map model is right. It simply, if you think it does, then you're either lying or you believe in magic.
Let me just ask John really quickly. John, do you remember for years I would ask you if trying to get you to concede, that the sun isn't going to decide the shape of the Earth? It's just really funny to hear you saying it now. Like, we fought that for years.
I still say it. What the sun does do is it tells you for sure that the Earth isn't flat. It doesn't tell you I shouldn't say that. It actually does tell you that the Earth is a sphere. But the thing I'm talking about only tells you the fact that the sun never changes its size by more than 0.1% over the course of a day, strictly, or in combination with the fact that day and night happen simultaneously at different places, strictly rules out every conceivable flat Earth model. It doesn't tell you that the Earth is a globe, but it strictly, rigorously rules out every conceivable flat Earth model.
Except the one where you accept that it does what you see it do.
John, with all due respect, every time you said that Shane was saying word salad, I translated it as you have inept vocabulary skills because everything he said was completely coherent. And I'm only a high school graduate and I understood everything he was saying. It was perfectly, you know what a word salad is? You need to find that out. If I said apple, chicken, rug, carpet, bed sheet, comb, that's a word salad. Go back, transcribe what Shane said. That is not the definition for word salad. So I'm kind of wondering if your PhD degree is actually a real one. I'm sorry.
Okay, well that was a nice try, Leilana.
Yeah, I'm going to take that as you agree with what I said.
Okay, so are we done here? I do have to go, but this was enjoyable. I'd be happy to do it again, and I do like to do it on a single topic. I happen to like this one because, as I say, it's a trivial argument that any moron can follow. A sun that doesn't change its size by more than 0.1% is a sun that has to be the same distance to 0.1% always, from every point on the planet, and you cannot make day and night simultaneously at different places on a flat surface with a sun like that. That is a trivial argument that any moron can understand.
I wonder if
Well,
next time you'll boast
John.
openly about stuff you don't know about, or if you'll try to stick to that one topic thing you're talking about.
Oh no, John, any moron can tell that because the sun is only at an apparent position, okay? It's always at an apparent position. So any moron can tell that if the sun is always on an apparent position, it will always look the same size no matter where you are. Any moron can see that.
Well said, Lily.
So next time, maybe we could talk about the
John.
fact that okay, go ahead.
One sec. So that's the crux of the issue right here, right? So John's putting forward the physicality of the sun, therefore it must be certain sizes and distances to maintain its angular resolution, right? Especially when you go to triangulation. Our position, though, is that the sun is an apparent object that we see, so we're not going to have the same angular size. So we make the same prediction on that. So you're not going to be able to falsify anything by restating, the physicality argument of it.
Yeah, thank you, Space Audits, for that. I appreciate that. I agree 100% with you. And this is the place where I always say, if I encountered more flat earthers who, like you, are willing to say we're not talking about physical objects here. We're talking about
for years to you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. If you aren't doing, that means you're not doing physics, and that's fine. I don't care what you believe, but if you want to try to tell me that the sun is anything other than a magical object that appears to different people differently than it would if it were a physical object, then you're not doing physics, and that's fine. I don't have any objection to you believing whatever you want. It's when you start trying to say that you're doing science that I get in the way.
John, what? Hold on a second. Who's talking? Who's talking right now?
Have no tactile access to the sun.
So when you talk about doing physics, right? We're talking about kinematics, measurements of the sun, where it's at. We're not talking about dynamics. So when you say you're not doing physics, it's literally just measurements of where the sun's going to be. That's what the entire map is based off of. All maps, in fact, actually. So the Gleason's map that you were talking about is based off of celestial navigation. So the maximum limit for celestial objects is stop, please. The maximum limit for all objects in the sky is 6218. That's the length of a meridian going from the North Pole to the equator. So if that's our limit of vision, and that's what the map is based off of, triangulating things to that point for two-party observers, then you'll have the exact same results.
Well, why is it that sometimes the sun disappears when it's closer than that, and sometimes it disappears when it's further from that? Sometimes you can see it when it's on the entire opposite side of the Earth, like in Antarctica. In Antarctica in the winter, you can see the sun when it's on the other side of the Earth. Oh, maybe you don't believe that. Oh, you don't believe that, but that's what time and date says, right? I think you guys usually believe that.
Right, December, we'll have a better conversation about that. But John, I just want to push back on something you said a moment ago about doing physics with the sun. I think that's a ridiculous notion. I don't think anyone has the tactile access to the sun to confirm any physicality of it or do any physics with it, right? You can make an assumption, and then, you're doing pseudoscience and theoretical science as well, and that's fine. But, I think instead of saying the word magical, I think we can all admit that the sun is, by definition, incommensurable. There's nothing you can compare it to necessarily, right?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
We don't have to just a priori treat it like an object. We don't really have.
You don't have to, but if you're doing science, you are.
Assumption than what Alan is proposing, that it's not a physical object.
Well, that's fine, and that's what I say. It's fine if you want to say that the sun isn't a physical object. Then we don't have a conversation here. You are believing something, and I don't care what you believe. The fact is that we know what the sun is in science. We know what it is. We know how it works. We know about the nuclear processes. We've solved the problem that we had in the 1800s that we didn't understand how the sun could possibly could be as old as it had to be, given how old the Earth obviously was.
Wow.
Right? But now we
You
do.
consider particles popping in and out of existence science too, though, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, like I said, I just think it's a stalemate. As long as we're being forthright, like I just don't like why you keep using this tone and posture. Like you have the higher ground, like because you're
Well,
making
the only
that
thing
it's
I,
physical. Like you don't.
sorry. No,
No, I'm
the
just
only
saying
thing
you
I
don't. I don't know
asked.
why you think you have a leg up because you assume it's physical. When you know.
Well, I do only in the sense that if you want to talk about science, then what we do in science is we don't just measure kinematics, we try to account for why things do what they do. And there's no more beautiful theory than Newtonian mechanics when it comes to simplicity and explaining virtually everything that we see on Earth, in the heavens, everything. It's wrong. Newtonian mechanics turns out to be wrong, but it's not very wrong. It's not so wrong that it doesn't give us perfectly good. We can fly spacecraft to the moons of Saturn using Newtonian mechanics, and we land them on a dime. That's all Newtonian mechanics. So science works. I don't have any problems with that. It's the problem I have is with people who want to somehow say, no, Saturn's not really a thing. It's a projection in a dome. The sun's not a thing. It's a projection, and it's projected differently for different people. Because if it were a projection in a dome, then different people would see it different sizes. But we don't. It requires magic, and if you want to believe in magic, that's fine. You can believe in whatever you want.
Magic. Why magic? It seems like a physical phenomenon, but I don't know about an object. I can't call it an object. Like if I took a Fresnel lens, like if I took a light bulb, big bright light bulb, and I put a Fresnel lens in, then focused a beam of that, light to a point in the middle of the room somewhere, is that an object? Just
Well, I'm just asking you. So, I mean, even if you wanted to go to such a weird extreme, rather than just have the sun be a thing.
An arbitrary example of how you can see a point of light, a light phenomena, and not
sure, but it won't be the same size for everybody, right? I mean, it'll depend on how far each person is from that point of light. And so the sun, I mean, you can let the sun be an image, but you can't make that image be the same size for everyone unless you invoke magic. And I have no trouble with you invoking magic. I just have a trouble with you denying that you're invoking magic.
All right, 1 second, dog. So you keep saying magic and stuff, like we don't have ways to make infinite light sources on Earth, and then you could move that light source away and it still maintains the same size for other observers, right?
No,
so
it just
you stop.
Can't
do not interrupt.
That.
Do not interrupt me, please. So secondly, you keep coming back to, well, we know that the sun is physical based off of nuclear processes and whatnot and everything. The entire model of the sun is based on, what is it? Sodium hydride, I think it is. Buddy. For the nuclear processes, God damn it, John. You gotta get it together. Shut the fuck up. If you don't want to talk, if you don't want to hear the answer and have a discussion, then shut the fuck up. Just talk for me, dog. Go ahead. Say what I was going to say for me.
Thought you were asking whether it was sodium hydride. I was
talking.
It's not. Well, okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted.
Yeah, just shut up. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway. The whole model is based on an element that's never been measured, right? I have a paper here from 2010 from my boy Martinez, who's saying that this element that you just said, what is it? I'm asking now, please. The hydride H, right?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, bad. Okay, yeah. Okay, 1 sec. I'll send it to you on Discord or Telegram or Discord. So anyway, this element though, is supposed to be the primary thing that backs up the fact that the sun can produce these heavy elements through nuclear fusion and all these things that they say that the sun gives us. No one's ever observed that in spectroscopic readings. They just say that we firmly believe that its presence must be there. The whole model, when you get into spectroscopy to confirm the physicality of the sun, is based off of that hydride. Sorry.
That's true.
That's just thorough 100% nonsense.
I'm sending you.
I mean, I can't tell you how much nonsense that is. The nuclear is it my turn now or what? Is it my turn now or what?
Yep.
Bro,
go ahead, John.
pointing out that at this point, You're doing the same thing you did the last time you got in the conversation and shit went above your head. And when something fucking happens and you don't know what it is, you say, "Well, I don't know what it is, so it can't be
I do
true."
know what it
Jesus
is.
Christ, man.
I do know what it is. The processes that power the sun are processes that we study on Earth in fusion reactors, and so we know this stuff in detail. And it's not sodium hydride. I don't know what the fuck he was even talking about. And it's not because I don't know what he was talking about. It's because what he was talking about was nonsense.
You are
So
correct.
if you know
It's not.
what
Hold on one
powers the
second.
sun,
One second. One sec. It isn't sodium hydride. That was a mistake. It's called hydride. Hydride. It's noted by H with a minus sign after it. That's what I'm talking about. It's a very specific part of the lore so that the sun will produce these heavy elements that they say that the sun created for us.
Okay. The sun fuses hydrogen to helium, and then helium to carbon, and then carbon with carbon fuses with more helium to create higher and higher elements, and it gets its energy by processes that we understand in detail due to experiments we do on Earth, fusing these same elements, the reactions that create the hydrogen bomb that we actually do know about. Those same processes fuel the sun, and they run out when the sun generates when it turns most of its hydrogen into iron. At the point that it turns to iron, there's no more fuel. You can't extract energy by fusion from iron because it has the lowest point on the so-called curve of binding energy. Now, I can explain that more if you want, but that's the point at which the processes stop. And if the star is big enough, at that point it collapses because it cannot support itself radiatively against gravitational collapse, and you get a supernova. We see supernovas. We know how they work. They are responsible for generating all elements in the universe heavier than iron. It's why we have uranium and things like that on the Earth. And it's you can disagree with all of that, but we understand it in such detail that we actually understand why stars
Stop interrupting him.
evolve
Hold on one sec,
the
John, one
way
sec.
they evolve. Okay,
John.
I'm done.
Stop interrupting him, please, whoever was doing that.
okay, so let the man this is stupid because that what he said had nothing to do but what the question was fucking asked. What he said, you want to talk about a hold on. We want to talk about a damn supernova when it was a simple question was what was a damn element that was energizing that the sun energized with? What was powering the sun? What is the element that powers the sun has to do with a damn star and a supernova? That's what we're talking about.
Yep, I was about to get. Hold on.
You grew up on something fucking stupid.
Well, no. He was. He
just named them in a full spectrum also.
Yeah, he was continuing off of the assumed model and how it would work with fusion, but the underlying issue to produce those elements, everything that you just described, all the heavy elements of that would require that hydride that's never been measured in the spectroscopic readings of the sun. They literally say that there's just a firm acceptance of its presence, and that's what keeps the narrative together that the sun's producing all these things that you're claiming. So I sent it in Discord. I send it to iDubbbz or LDubbbz if she can put that screenshot for it. I'm trying to send the PDF, but I'm having trouble uploading it to. Oh, I can do it to EtherCause. Give me one sec. I'll get you a link for it, John.
But that was my point. When John was sitting there rattling off all these different elements, I'm looking for the hydrogen that was mentioned. When he sat there and said that we on Earth, that's what he said, we on Earth have studied this very 100% thoroughly, but yet he yet to mention hydrogen. The same shit that you just mentioned. So that's what I was talking about. If he don't want to mention that, that is different than what you were saying. And that's when we went off about a damn supernova and the
Your
star.
mic a little chopped
It's the
there, John.
point that I was making.
Yeah, your mic is choppy, bro.
Well,
Hey,
I see the article. I'm looking at it. I don't see that it has anything to do with the operation of the sun. It's talking about the early universe. I would be very surprised to find that there's any significant amount of hydride in the sun, because what hydride is a proton with 2 electrons swimming around it. That's a very unstable ion that can't possibly survive in the atmosphere of the sun. In the sun, you have protons and electrons, essentially. You have ionized hydrogen, that is to say, protons and electrons. And when those protons react together, you can form deuterium, you can form tritium in some cases, and eventually you form helium, 2 protons and 2 neutrons, neutrons that have been formed by weak decay processes from protons. When a proton does a weak decay, it becomes a neutron and a anti-electron and a neutrino. And those neutrons combine with the protons eventually to form helium. That's where most of the energy of the sun comes from, is by fusing hydrogen to helium. And hydride is just not a significant player, if at all, in that process. So I don't know where you're getting that this paper has something to do with some mystery of the sun, but there is no hydride mystery in the sun.
Yeah,
So
it's
you
huge.
wait,
It's
so wait, I just want to understand something. Wait, so John,
No.
wait, so
Hold on, Chuck, hold on. Let's let Alan go. Go ahead, Alan.
it's hugely significant to it because without it, the sun couldn't produce everything that you just listed. That's why they go on to say that affirmed existence of its presence is accepted, because without that, the backbone on which everything you just laid out doesn't work.
Well, I don't think that's true, but if you want to direct me to the place
It's
in the
true,
paper where it says that.
because you can't get a continuous spectrum, which is what the sun emits, off of the gases you just named. There's got to be a hydride.
That
It
is
can't
just
be
not
gas.
true.
Only thing we know for certain is it's not a gas. That's the only thing nowadays we know for certain about the sun. So
Is
your
that it's
model
not a gas?
that it's not gas.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Because it's a plasma? Is that what you mean? Or because it's
Because
something
any
else?
gases you just named do not emit continuous spectrum, meaning the full spectrum of light.
No,
Gases don't do that.
the
The
spectrum of
helium,
the sun is a black body spectrum. It's a continuous spectrum that is a result of the fact that the sun is about 6,000 Kelvin. That's a
so no
continuous
radar
spectrum.
bounce then, right? So
Well,
you're giving up your radar bounce
I
No,
think
you have we have
for this
bounced radar off the sun. It's not a
off of a
perfect
black
black
body?
body.
Okay. You
No.
just want it all. You want it
It's
all,
well,
dude.
It's not that I want it all. I'm just telling you the truth. We bounced
You can't.
radar off the sun in the 50s, and it was a difficult thing to do, and it didn't give us a very good range, but we did it, and it can be done. We don't do it regularly because there's no import to it other than kind of seeing that it can happen.
Wait, it didn't
Define
bounce off the
black body.
ionosphere?
Well, the argument was based off stellar spectroscopy, which is, compared to terrestrial spectroscopy, where you can confirm in a lab what the actual results are. Stellar spectroscopy actually cannot be confirmed, and beyond that, the basis of the fusion hydrogen burning helium sun, that all of that is an element that has been unidentified in stellar spectroscopy. That was the point, I think.
What element hasn't been identified? What element hasn't been identified in stellar spectroscopy?
the hydride necessary to do all the processes to make the continuous
No, because
spectrum.
hydride is
All
not
right. Okay.
necessary for
All
those
right.
processes.
Don't stop.
Real quick.
No, double real quick. Let's just agree to disagree then, so we can move on. Because I'm not gonna.
Well, we can agree to disagree.
There's no need to.
But I'm just telling you that you're wrong.
Please, for the
know
love
what a
of
black body is,
God.
man? He just said black body though, Alan. He said it's a black body, and then so I said, okay, so you're giving up bouncing radar. I don't even think he knows what a black body is.
No, in fact, I was a little impressed that you understood the fact that a true black body wouldn't be able to bounce radar. I actually was pretty impressed when you said that. But it's not a perfect black body, and it does bounce radar. So, sorry. Nothing is a perfect black body, is the truth of the matter. Stars are pretty good black bodies. That's a surprising fact. And I think it sounds to me like you actually knew that, which is pretty impressive.
Stellar spectroscopy and then exoplanet detection based on brief intermittent luminosity changes and wild guesses is one thing, right? But I wouldn't call that science, is what we started with.
Well, call it whatever you want. We understand the processes. We understand stellar evolution very, very well. The processes that from knowing rate constants, from knowing energy levels that we get from experiments in laboratories on Earth, we can do a really good job of understanding all of stellar evolution. Why the main sequence, if you're familiar with main sequence stars, why red giants, why we get red giants, what white dwarfs are, and of course, not only supernova, but nova, like the one I guess we're still waiting for in Corona Borealis. There's another fun thing. I haven't looked recently to see if that's happened. But we understand all of that stuff extremely well based on our detailed understanding of energy levels in nuclear spectra, based on the spectra that we measure in stars. They agree with what we expect based on not only their temperature, which determines their the black body nature, but the absorption lines from their corona, the absorption lines that also occur because of the atmosphere of the Earth through which that light has to travel before it gets to us. This is all detailed stuff that we understand very, very well.
Y'all haven't even solved the temperature problem of how when you get further away from the sun's corona, it gets hotter out to like 10 million miles. That doesn't go. Can you please be a gent and post the papers that you just saying that all this stuff's verified? Can you please?
Yeah. So I'm not a solar physicist, so I don't know what the status of that is.
Shit up, dude.
I'm not making shit up.
You are, dude.
Let's just remember one thing, and that is that this started with a very simple fact. We don't have to talk about corona or anything else. We started with the simple fact that the sun is visually always a half a degree in diameter. Always.
Yeah, just go back to your
never
talking point, now that you
0.4,
made some shit up.
never
That's it.
0.6 degrees. And because it's always a half a degree in diameter, that means it never changes its distance. Never
Really?
changes its distance
what about
from.
when it's a
Wait a minute, I'm almost done. It never changes its distance from any point on the planet by more than 1.5%. Never changes its distance from any
Brian, don't do
point
that,
on
please.
the planet to more than 1.5%. And the only way you can have a sun that never changes its distance from any point on the planet by more than 1.5% is for that sun to be very, very, very far away from the planet. And you cannot make day and night simultaneously on a flat Earth with a sun that is very, very, very far away. It's that simple. And if you can't accept that argument, then we're not going to talk about the sun's corona.
How about it's a focal point? How about that? Everything you just rambled on and on and on about what's impossible. Focal point, bam, you're done. Even if it's not a focal point, though, I mean, you're going on about all. You made me forget what I was even going to say, bro. You make your point and then you just start.
Does your brain hurt?
Bro. You're just great, bro. You're grandstanding.
No,
that's what it's called.
Does your brain hurt? Maybe you want to just concede that if that means that I won, then so be it.
Right? Focal point. Focal point. Okay. And another thing, what about when it's a sundog? Like it happens a lot in the north and in the supposedly
we know what sundogs are.
Hold on. You got two little teeny suns and a medium-sized sun. Do you
we know what sundogs are. We know what sundogs are.
John, stop talking. He shut up while you was talking. Let him finish.
Do you know what a sundog looks like through a solar filter? You said never, ever, ever. So you must have seen the sun during sundogs through a solar filter, right?
No, I've never looked at a sundog through a solar filter.
Impossibility, bro, when you don't even know.
Sundogs have.
Brian?
So sundogs are caused by ice crystals, right? I mean, they don't change the size of the sun. The size of the sun is always half a degree. Always.
They literally show multiple suns. It shows two little suns and a medium
Yes,
sized sun.
and so what?
God damn it,
How
Josh.
does
You're
that?
saying never. You're saying never, dude. Never. It
Ever
never
what?
changes the sun.
I'm saying never.
You see three suns during a sundog through
So
a filter.
what? So
So quit
what?
saying never and impossible, because you haven't
Never
even
is what
looked into this.
possible?
You just said never. It's
The
ever.
sun
It has
is
to be this,
always
has to be that.
a half a degree. Always. It is always half a degree. Sundogs or not. I don't care whether there's sundogs. It's
John,
the
did you ever
sun
figure out
is always a half a degree.
the first time you took you presented some data? Didn't you get like 0.69 degrees or something like that? Did you ever reconcile or figure out?
Yeah, I did reconcile that. You didn't hear the story? It involved an interesting encounter with a Rivian driver. Did I tell you that story, Jamal?
Well, I do remember you mentioning Rivian, but I can't say I remember the story.
I mean, come on. Somehow to bring that up as if somehow that was me showing that the sun was actually not a half a degree. Come on, you know better.
No, I mean, but John, I've been asking you for years. You give me two things. You've told me get a shoebox and poke a hole in it and make a pin.
All you need.
And then
That's all you need.
I said no. Has there actually been some sort of like actual study? Like, is there data where someone set out to across different latitudes, what have you, and actually seen, with the best vantage point, what the angular size of the sun is doing? And you've never been able to show. You send me to a NASA FAQs page, just making the same decree that you're making. While I think it's it is a somewhat reliable observation, I've seen it change during the course of a day significantly.
No, you haven't.
I've shown you it. I've shown you. We've watched these videos. People do it with solar telescopes. I can't. I'm not saying I've seen it myself, but I've seen people present evidence of it.
Nope.
I'm not that
I've done it. Elizabeth's done it. You can do it yourself, Jamal. Anybody can do it. The sun does not change its apparent size.
I haven't seen you nor Lizbeth. I think one time Lizbeth did go somewhere. But
I put links to the pictures in the chat. Do I have to put them again?
Shut up when I'm talking, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? My fault to the stage. This would just be pissing me off. Every day you come here and scream acting stupid. Yeah, like I said, the most important time to me would be as soon as that sun peaks up over the horizon with a good, clear vantage point to it. I haven't seen anyone present that. And the people where I have seen do that, they come back with some considerable change, like up to like 30%, I think I've seen. I don't know if you don't watch the things we post, but we've sat here, we've gone through this several times.
So I just put links to Elizabeth's pictures. I'll put links to my pictures again. We both took pictures from dawn to dusk. The sun did not change its size noticeably, except for minor vertical compression due to standard atmospheric refraction near the horizon, a place the sun can't get in the Gleason map model.
John, you're by the coast. I would like to see you do. You said from dawn. You have pictures from what hour? What's the earliest hour you have photos?
Hold on a sec. I'm gonna put it up here. I think I took it at 6. Here's my. So I put Lisbeth's in the chat. Now I'm putting mine in the chat. Oops, sorry.
I could have sworn you said you took your first picture like somewhere around 9 and change.
No, I took. So what happened was I took 4 pictures. I originally took in, I think, late April maybe. I took 4 pictures at 9, noon, 3, and 6. And I noticed this weird sunspot rotation, which kind of took me aback. I was just trying to get pictures of the sun. I immediately thought, well, how should that happen? And then I engaged Jamal in just one of the most hilarious, just trying to pulling teeth to get him right, exactly, to get him to understand that when you take pictures of the sun, you face the direction of the sun and then you raise the camera to the sun and you take a picture. And that means that every time you take a picture in the course of the day, you're taking it with the sun being at a different angle. It's pretty easy to see that in the morning when the sun, is it my turn now? When the sun is rising in the morning, you're taking
if you're
the top
referring
of
to
the
it, so you got to
pictures,
stick to
the top of the pictures in the morning are the sun, are the top of the sun as it's, Jamal doesn't want me to talk
And
because
no
this is
one knows what you're
embarrassing, I know.
describing, John. So you got to explain it to them, John. You like talking
No,
to me or the entire audience. No one knows what you're
right.
talking about.
So I took
So John
pictures of
was
the
sending
sun
me a
as it's,
photo
Jamal,
of
are
the
you going to let me talk? Yeah,
sunspot.
I know this is embarrassing,
And
baby.
the
I know
last
it's
two,
embarrassing.
bro, calm down, bro. The last two
Hey,
photos, the sunspot landed in the exact same spot over the course of 3 hours, right? I mean, the
N-
exact same
not
spot. It didn't
exact, but
overlay the
really
exact
close,
same spot.
surprisingly.
The exact same spot. It was
No,
almost as
no,
if he
not
presented
exact
two
same
photos
spot.
that were taken just moments
Surprising.
apart, as if they were, whatever the case was. And he said he just acted as a human gimbal. He activated human gimbal mode, and that's why he just perfectly landed the sunspot in the exact same spot. That's what John's talking about, by the way.
Yeah, okay, so I'm now putting a
Absolutely. And he
video.
freestyled that.
I'm now, Jamal, please, I know this is embarrassing for you. I put a video in the link that really shows, because this is why I did my second study after I'd taken those first first four pictures. I took them at 9, noon, 3, and 6. And I was surprised by the fact, first of all, I was surprised by the big rotation from 9 to noon and then from noon to 3. And then I realized that that's just because at 9, I'm facing east, the sun is rising. The top of the sun in the morning becomes the bottom of the sun as it heads towards setting in the evening. And so, of course, at some point it has to rotate, so that the top of the sun becomes the bottom. And that's exactly what you see. But I was surprised by the fact that there was virtually no, Jamal says they were exactly the same. They weren't exactly the same, but they were very close to the same. And then, so what I did was I went back, Jamal, I know this is embarrassing, but you're going to let me tell the story here. So I went back and I took pictures every half hour, all day long, and I made the movie that I just put in there. I suspect Jamal's never actually watched my movie, despite the fact that I've posted it many times. And the movie actually shows a really interesting thing that Hansen helped me understand, because the geometry of the apparent rotation of the sunspots, they're not rotating. It's just, it's the human gimbal effect, right? It's this fact that as you take pictures of the sun, you're raising your camera. The bottom of your camera is always parallel to the horizon. As the sun rises, the top of the sun is basically the top of the frame. Then around noon, you have to kind of swivel your body really quickly to follow the sun over into the afternoon sky. So there's a rapid clockwise rotation around noon. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you can think about that a little bit. You'll be able to understand that. But then the interesting thing is that around 2 in the afternoon, the rotation stops and then slightly turns around, turns back into a counterclockwise rotation. And I just happened to catch at 3 and 6 in the first set, 2 places where it's almost at the same place. I couldn't work out the spherical geometry at first, so Hansen really helped me with that. He worked out the spherical geometry from the fact that the sun is that the Earth is rotating around with the sun in a fixed position, and what that appears to from a place on the rotating surface of the Earth. And you reproduce exactly this really interesting rotation of the sunspots that you'll see in that movie. And I really, if you still haven't watched the movie I made from my pictures, I really highly recommend it. Elizabeth should too, because you'll see the same thing in her pictures. Her pictures show exactly the same rotation that Jamal was sure was showing me up to be a liar with my first set of 4 pictures. So it's another really interesting story, I think.
And what's the takeaway? That the rotation stops and then it rotates the opposite way? And that's what
It does, because in fact, so if you think about what happens during the day as the Earth is rotating you around, you see the sun appear to rotate because of the way you take the pictures. But then, of course, overnight, it has to rotate back into the position so that in the morning it's ready to go again. And that backward rotation is in the counterclockwise direction. And the really interesting thing about it is that in the northern hemisphere, it's not a symmetric rotation. The clockwise part of the rotation around noon takes place in about 6 or 8 hours, while the counterclockwise rotation takes place over the course of 16 or 18 hours. And you work this out in detail by knowing why the sun looks the way it does from a rotating Earth. That's how, if it weren't for the way the Earth rotates, you wouldn't see that.
Bro,
All right, so my
I don't
model,
think
here's a
there's any.
video.
I would love
Here's
to
a
see
video
a
I made that shows
visual
my model
demonstration of
predicting the
that.
sunspots perfectly. Here you go. That's all I wanted to say. Here you go. Aligning with everything you just said from you, but based on actual observations in the model.
I have
I
a
would love to see a
question.
visual.
I have a question for John, if that's okay.
Yeah, but then you know what? I really do have to go. I said that a half an hour ago. This is just too much fun. But go ahead. Go ahead. I'll see what I can do.
Okay, so maybe try not to interrupt me, John, because I noticed that you do need to improve your manners in terms of the interruptions. Anyways, so in the heliocentric globe model, we are spinning on our axis, we are orbiting the sun, and then we are going along with the sun as the sun orbits the Milky Way galaxy, etc., etc. Correct? I mean, is that
Right.
okay? So now, why do you think that we don't feel any motion whatsoever? And before you answer that question, I've asked this question to many Globers, and usually the answer will be that you can only feel motion if there's a change in velocity, etc., etc. Okay, so I'll grant you that, right? And so my whole argument is that like their argument will be, well, you can't see the full spectrum of light, you can only see a very small portion of it, right? Okay, yes, correct. We don't see the full spectrum of light. We don't see UV, we don't see infrared, etc. So we are seeing only a narrow band of the full spectrum. Similarly with sound, we don't hear the full spectrum of sound. Dogs can hear more than we can. So yes, I get that also. But with motion, why aren't we granted even the tiniest sliver of motion that educates us as to what is really happening, which is that we are moving, we are in motion at some crazy velocities. Now, the argument they'll give you is that, oh, because you'd feel nauseous and, you wouldn't be able to handle it. But the point is, that if we are spinning and orbiting, etc., at all those crazy velocities, and we do just fine, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be allowed to actually experience or be aware consciously of a tiny sliver of that motion. So, for instance, our velocity does change during perihelion and aphelion. And yes, maybe it happens very, very gradually. But you would think that at some point when the shift happens, that we would be able to feel it, even if it was just for half a minute or, just 10 seconds or 20 seconds. But everybody would feel some shift, right? But none of that. Why has nature bent over backwards to give us this sensation of being completely stationary? Because apparently we don't need to be stationary in real life in order to feel stationary. So, in order to feel not nauseous, right? So, this is one argument that heliocentrists will give me all these crazy arguments about why we don't feel any emotion, and none of it makes any sense at all. So I
And
don't know
if
if you
not
have
feel,
anything
at
to
least
say
detect
about it.
it. You know?
I don't know if you have anything to say about this.
I do when it's my turn.
It's your
Okay.
turn.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for your politeness. Appreciate it.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, first of all, I think there's one thing that I think maybe we can deal with pretty quickly. You seem to have the idea that something happens at perihelion and aphelion. There's nothing, I mean, the velocity of the Earth is constantly changing. There's nothing special about perihelion or aphelion other than the fact that that's the point at which the velocity vector, which is constantly changing, changes from generally away from to generally toward the sun, or vice versa. So I mention that first only because I think you'll accept that if I point out that the velocity of the Earth is always changing. It's not just at perihelion and aphelion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, sure, I'll grant you that. But then
Okay,
my
so
question
no,
is,
but I'll
then my
go on. I'll go on. I just wanted to. I think that's one thing that's easily dealt with. That's all. That's the only reason I wanted to say that.
so then, so basically, you are saying that change in velocity is not a proof, or it's not required phenomenon in order to feel motion. Is that what you're saying? Because
No,
that's not the accepted
feeling
science.
motion. No, feeling motion does require a change in velocity. If you move at a constant velocity, you can't feel that, right? Now, so there's a couple things that's to be distinguished from constant rotation. Rotation is unlike velocity. I mean, here's the way we understand velocity. It's actually meaningless to talk about the velocity of anything, because whenever you say the velocity of something, it's always relative to something else. So you can talk about how fast the Earth moves relative to the sun. You can talk about how fast a person on the equator moves relative to the center of the Earth, or somebody at the North Pole or something. But it makes, there's no meaning to saying, I am moving at 100 miles an hour. That's a meaningless statement, and you have never said that without at least implicitly referring to something else. We say it all the time, but we always mean I'm moving 100 miles per hour relative to the ground, right? That's what we in real life always mean. There is in space no meaning to velocity. You move, if you simply move without any thrusters, in a rocket ship, if you're just in a rocket ship floating along, then you can't feel anything, because you're just moving at a constant velocity, and there's nothing to feel. Now, on the Earth, it is true that we, not in addition to moving at any given point, we're moving around the Earth relative to the Earth, but that velocity is changing. And in fact, that changing velocity leads to the appearance that gravity is smaller than it really is. When we stand on the equator, the gravitational force, literally the gravitational force that we feel, is less than it would be if the Earth weren't rotating. The rotation of the Earth causes a centrifugal effect that makes us, when we stand on a scale, we don't weigh as much as we would if the Earth weren't rotating, because the rotation has a tendency to throw us off. It's not rotating fast enough to throw us off, but it does reduce the effective gravitational force. So
let me contest that before you got to go, John.
Yeah. Sorry?
Let me contest that before you go, man. I know you got to go, but this is a good one. I'm glad you brought that up real quick.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, so y'all say that, it's a like a almost 2% change, or 1 or 2% change in weight due to the Earth's rotation. So I don't want to ask you. I don't want to ask you a question and drag this out, but I would have asked that. So if the Earth slammed on brakes, we'd go flying off at the equator at whatever angle initially, at 1,000 miles per hour initially. And
we'd be skidding. We'd be skidding along. Yeah.
So if gravity all of a sudden disappeared, we would go flying up from the equator,
right?
For indefinitely, basically at 1,000 miles per hour. Okay. So you're telling me that the between the so if the Earth slammed on brakes and I go flying off at 1,000 miles per hour, but that same force, you're going to try and use math to say that it's only causing a 1% change. And because even with gravity, I'm still going to initially fly off. I'm going to fly off at 1,000 miles per hour. And you're saying that
you're not going to fly off. You're going to skid along. You're going to skid along the surface at 1,000 miles per hour.
Okay, yeah. So my weight change should be skidding sideways then, right? Why would I have a weight change?
No,
down?
there wouldn't.
Why
there wouldn't.
That vector
No, there wouldn't be any weight change until your skidding stopped. When your skidding stops, then the centrifugal effect would stop as well, and you would weigh more. That's right.
Okay, so what you're saying is that I'd go sideways if the earth slammed on brakes.
That's right.
Okay, so then what is making me lighter if my weight shift is in a sideways vector?
It's not the weight shift is not in a sideways vector. I mean, it's hard to weigh yourself when you're skidding. It's hard to weigh yourself when you're skidding, but the point is, if you were on suppose you were standing on a scale on a roller board or something, some kind of roller skates or something like that had some friction. Right. What you would do would be to move along. You'd have to, because there would be some friction, you'd have to kind of lean back a little bit because there'd be an effective force forward that would want to throw you off of the scale if there's friction in the wheels. Right. You'd have to kind of lean back a little bit, but you would feel roughly the same weight, but it would get slightly greater as you slowed down. And when you finally stopped, you would weigh. I don't think it's a percent. I'm trying to remember. What is it?
It's a little over 1%.
Is it? Okay, I'll take your word for it.
But
okay.
Check this out. So you're saying that I'd go skidding sideways. So the pseudo force is a sideways vector. So
no, there's no force.
If I had a big tank of any liquid, what? As I said, pseudo force.
It's momentum. There's no force. It's just your momentum keeping you going. Right. You just keep moving in the direction you're moving.
Force,
that's not a force. No. Momentum.
Pseudo force?
That's just Newton's first law. An object in motion tends to stay in motion.
Okay, so if the effects of the rotation is sideways,
it's not.
How are we? You just said that we'd go skidding sideways. Okay.
No, that's because you're moving and the Earth isn't.
If the Earth slammed on brakes, you're saying we wouldn't go up. Okay, so why?
That's right.
So now, why are we getting lighter from that speed of rotation if the force is not even up?
Well, I don't know what you mean. If the Earth were rotating,
let me try one more thing.
Okay.
Okay. So if you're saying that I would go skidding sideways due to Earth's rotation, if it slammed on brakes, okay?
No.
Listen, man. Let me just try and follow me.
It's not what I'm saying.
If it slams on brakes, we go skidding sideways.
Right.
So the force, okay, is not up, right? The force is sideways. Then,
there's no
right?
sideways force except for the friction that slows you down eventually.
John, I wasn't really finished.
I know, and I wasn't finished either. So let me. I'm sorry, Brian. We can get back to that maybe if you want. I mean, I do. This is all really fun stuff, and it isn't trivial. This stuff isn't trivial, unlike the stuff we were talking about before.
So you said motion is, it's relative, right? When you said
right.
I'm driving at 100 miles an hour. Relative to the stationary road, right? So that makes sense, right? So now you're saying in space, there's nothing to be relative off of. Like there's no road that the Earth is moving along on, right?
But you can still measure your velocity relative to the Earth, even in space, if you want.
Well, I mean, you just finished saying that, there's nothing to be relative to.
Well, I didn't say that. I mean, what I said was that whenever you specify, like when we specify the velocity of the Voyager probe that's now way out beyond Pluto, that velocity is relative to the sun, right? It's way out there, but we still say how fast it's going. That means relative to the sun, right? It's moving that fast relative to the solar system.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the theory that you had just said earlier about everything being relative, you can't prove that theory. It's just a theory.
No, you can't prove any theory. That's what we can't prove theories in physics. We come up with theories, and until they give us some result that doesn't agree with nature, we accept them. And the fact is, we now have two theories: general relativity and quantum theory, which have been our best theories for 100 years, and not once have they disagreed with experimental result. Not once.
Well, the thing is that theories are not reality. So I feel like the whole
That's right.
heliocentric,
I
I
agree.
feel I feel like the whole heliocentric position is there's a lot of hubris involved in there because to say that we know the stars and their whole lifespan and exactly what they do, you would literally have to know the star from its birth all the way to its death, like one star if you wanted to study. No one can do that because these timelines are billions and billions of years. So everything is based on an assumption, and I just find it very curious that, that the scientists want to ram this down our throat as if it's something that they have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt, because they
No,
haven't. It's
no.
all conjecture and guessing.
Nobody's ramming anything down your throat. We have theories, and there's a lot of things we don't understand, right? Dark matter, dark energy. We don't understand those things. Those are words we use as stand-ins for observed effects that we didn't anticipate, and we don't understand. So there it is. Full stop. I'll just stop right there.
Well, I mean, so you're laughing at the fact that we don't have a model, which we're honest enough and humble enough to admit that we don't have. We don't have NASA's budget to go and do honest research. But at the same time, you guys have a model that is 96% dark matter and dark energy, and yet you're telling us, trust us, bro. Trust me, bro.
Well,
And
He
I
said
think
he
maybe
it's
we're
never
telling
I
never
think
you.
has ever disagreed with it. He said
I
it's
think
always
that's
been
I
wrong.
think it's
He said 96.
unfair. It's unfair to somehow use the fact that it appears, and this is once again from measurement. Sorry, go ahead. What's going on?
Lord Chinchilla's hot micing. Hello, hot micing. Is there a mute button on here? Can mods mute other people, or how does that
Yeah, I
work?
think you can mute. Hold
I
on,
got
let me
y'all.
see.
I got you, bro. I got you. My bad. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it's unfair to use the fact that that we say things like 95% of what the universe is made of we don't understand. To use that somehow to suggest that we don't understand, anything. That's just not true. There's just all sorts of things. We really understand fusion in the sense of this. We have a model, and models are not reality, but models make predictions that we can test in experiments. And we've tested the predictions of our nuclear theory exhaustively. And it makes really, really good predictions to like 10-digit accuracy in many cases. 10 digits of accuracy. That's an extremely successful theory. Does that mean it's true? No. It never will. We will never be able to prove that our theory is right. But we have an extraordinarily successful theory of nuclear reactions. And it never once has it failed to agree with the results of an experiment. Not once.
Well, I mean, whatever has been done in a laboratory and can be confirmed, that's fine. I mean, I accept that as legitimate physics, but you can't apply that to cosmic bodies like the sun or stars or anything with 100% guaranteed, because we just don't know. That's the actual truth of the whole thing. So I think that I have a lot of respect for science in general. I come from a family of scientists. My grandfather was fellow of the Royal Entomological Society. So I have a lot of respect for science, and I think there's a lot of legitimate science. And I have a lot of respect even for heliocentric science, actually. Except there are a load of holes that I feel honestly are not being addressed. For instance, like we have not actually found a curve, and we really cannot find any irrevocable proof for the Earth not being stationary. And even the CMB and all that is showing us that we somehow appear to be at the center of the universe. And I've heard all the explanations, I know all that. But I think that honestly, I think if you had to have a little less hubris and a little better manners and not be condescending, I think that you would have a way more productive debate with Alan and Shane because they really are brilliant. And for you to just say word salad when they were making completely coherent statements, that is just showing us that you have either inept vocabulary skills or you're intellectually dishonest. It cannot be anything else. So I just want to inspire you to try and have better manners. When you debate, don't interrupt ever, and just be open to a position. These people read physics papers for fun. That's how sharp their brains are. So that's what I would say, is that no one's trying to convert you. We're all trying to get to the truth together. And if your model is 96% unknown, and it's you don't even know what it is, it may be time to explore other realities and figure out, well, why is our world stationary? Why the motion has not been proven. Okay, the curvature has not been proven. So I think there are major holes. And when educated flat earthers, who, by the way, I have seen repeatedly that our flat earth guys, I call them teachers because I attend their classes, our teachers actually know the heliocentric model better than a lot of Globers do, including PhDs, by the way. Okay. And I think the reason sometimes Alan and Shane sort of just give up is that they have been through these arguments so many times that they're fed up. It's like, can we go to the next level? Because we're just still stuck with the kindergarten stuff. And honestly, I was so excited to be here today because I was like, oh my God, a PhD guy, this is on your level. And sadly, you resorted to a lot of the same dirty tricks of saying word salad, and then interrupting and saying that's not true or that's ridiculous, or, you can't have an intellectually honest conversation. My only conclusion would be that you're somehow intellectually intimidated by these guys because you can see clearly that they know a lot and that they are not making word salad, but they're actually speaking very coherently. And just one last thing, for anyone that's actually interested in logic and going further with provable, logical, flat earth science, please consider subscribing to Alan and Shane's subscriptions. I do a monthly subscription because I feel if you contribute something to learn something, you have more skin in the game and you'll actually absorb knowledge better. And they put out incredible content for free, regardless of whether John just, dismisses and says, ah, that's all nonsense. It's not. It's not nonsense. Read it with some intellectual honesty, and you'll see that this is all based on very, very real, provable physics. Also, they dig up papers that are written by physicists who were basically blacklisted and censored and silenced by the heliocentric people, because all those physicists that actually showed the holes in the heliocentric model were silenced. So they're doing an amazing service. So yeah, anyway, so I would appreciate if you folks would go to their accounts and sign up for their monthly subscriptions. That's the best way to support them because they're really taking flat earth forward as a science. Anyway, thank you, John. I appreciate that you listened to my rant.
I just wanted to say, John said that the Earth changes in velocity constantly, yet we still never feel motion. But the only way to feel motion is if there's a change in velocity. So that's really stumped me because if
Thank you,
it's
Cordy.
constantly
I wanted,
changing,
that's, if you don't mind,
Wait,
that's exactly
before
what
you
I
go on,
wanted
King, I
to
want to
talk
just add
about next,
one,
because
two words. Hold on, John. If not feel and perceive it as humans, just also speak to be able to measure it somehow with an instrument.
He also said centrifugal force ain't a pseudo force, and he said that so go figure.
So the reason I appreciate it, Cordy, you pointed that, because that was the next thing I wanted to get to. The interesting thing, of course, is that when we are riding on the Earth around the sun, it's the same thing as far as that goes as riding in the International Space Station around the Earth. There is literally no gravity in the International Space Station. Now, you may say that that it is constantly changing its velocity as it orbits the Earth. Well, I know you might not say that, but we would say that. In a Newtonian view, it's constantly changing its velocity. But what it's really doing is it's in free fall. The International Space Station is in free fall. It's moving at just the right speed so that it falls toward the Earth at the same rate as the curvature of the Earth curves away from it, so that it always maintains the same altitude while it's constantly falling toward the Earth and maintaining its tangential velocity, because there's no force in the tangential direction. There's only that gravitational force down. So when you're riding in the International Space Station, you don't feel your velocity changing. Even though you're moving around that circle. Now, relativity, which has supplanted Newtonian mechanics for the last 100 years, explains that by saying that both the space shuttle and the International Space Station and you inside the International Space Station are simply in free fall. You are, in fact, in relativity, not changing your velocity. In relativity theory, an object in free fall is an object that is so-called inertial. It's not changing its velocity. It looks like it's changing velocity to us standing on the Earth because we are the ones who are not in an inertial reference frame. Now, this gets a little complicated, but suffice it to say for this, that it's the same thing. The reason we don't feel the motion around the sun is that we're riding on a spaceship. We're riding with Earth. Earth is changing its velocity around the sun the same way we are. So there's nothing to feel, because the only thing you can, when you stand on the Earth, the only thing you can feel is the Earth pushing up on your feet. And if the Earth constantly pushes up on your feet, you will continue to feel the same thing. It's literally the only thing you can feel. You can't feel
Beams? How about
gravity.
beams? That's why I said, that's why instead of speaking to perception, talk about, like, interferometry and beams and stuff.
I'm sorry. You know what? My wife is beckoning me to dinner, so I really do have to go. Just one last thing. What was that?
Real quick
Jamal?
before you go, John. Would
Yeah.
you like to do a special, general, or quantum debate? We can set it up and schedule it. Do like a formal debate on it.
On general relativity?
Or special, whichever you want.
Either one, both. Those are my fields.
Oh, dude, fantastic, dude. All right, I'll keep in contact with you and we'll get something set up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
Make sure it's moderated, please, so we have no interruptions.
Yep.
Okay. Talk to you guys later.
Peace. Have a good night. Have a good dinner.
Alan, you're gonna make me listen and like host
dude, I'm
debating him. Come on,
dude. He's a PhD in relativity. I got to do it, bro.
All right,
has
to
be done.
That's true.
I've been waiting.
That's like me finding a map debate opponent. It's like,
right?
Ooh, bring him out. Okay,
dude. Right? Had to do it.
Yeah, I have problems with John, bro. Man, John is John has
Dude.
been a thorn in our side for like years now. And he's like, got to understand, he's kind of trying to take his power back, so he's got to like turn his swag on. He's got to really be convincing and do. That's why I let him. He just takes the shtick too far sometimes, but like he's on one tonight. What's going on with John?
Yeah, someone pointed it out in chat earlier, like the mannerisms or the speech inflections are like a scorned woman, which is like very, like, you know how McToon talks, where he'll just like emphasize, he'll just emphasize random words throughout the sentences to like be condescending.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
He's taking his power back.
Really
John
just wanted to use the word cooked. Like he was just waiting to use that word. Because
he got his chef hat on and everything.
Yeah, dude, I don't think that you can
mistake
people being disgusted with speaking to you with you winning an engagement. It's like, oh, you know what? I just decided that I don't want to talk to you. It's like, ooh, this is bad for you. And it's like, nope, you're disgusting. That's what happened. I was just like, ooh, you're disgusting. I realized right away.
Yeah, you can only get word saladed so many times, and then they restate their original point, and it's like, bro, if you don't understand what I'm saying, just ask for clarification.
No,
That's
no,
what
no,
they.
no, no. I know.
Yeah, nah, I wish. That's why I
Like,
said I feel bad. He wasn't always like that, man. This is like Broken John. You guys are
I,
getting broken.
I
He
feel like I
wasn't.
know
He
what
wasn't better.
Like I understood what you said, but I'm gonna restate what I know you didn't say so that I can better argue against that. And on top of that, I'm gonna say it excruciatingly slowly and through this implied glare where I'm gonna dare anyone to interrupt me. And then if that happens, I'm gonna make that the whole conversation, and then we're gonna go from there. That is like the tactic you see from the worst, smarmiest globers. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, can you imagine if he has a moderator badge and he goes mute and like throwing people in the goo crazy?
Well, Jamal too, right? He has a room here on this app. It's called Scientific Discourse, and he does like a bite of physics. And he will typically do his episode or his room on what he discussed last. So I'm pretty sure Shane and Alan, his next room, which will probably be this Wednesday. He usually does it Wednesday, like midday Eastern Standard Time, and it'll probably be on what y'all discussed tonight. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, with a
And
lot
that's
of
where
his
his
colleagues
other
around
physicist
him.
friends get in.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jamal.
No, we said the same thing.
He will say that he cooked in this show, by the way.
I mean, that's fine.
People are
Yeah,
allowed
he's
to say
gonna go
whatever they
clean.
want. It's cool.
I was gonna ask John a question, but maybe I can ask Shane or Alan if you're up for it.
You definitely can't ask me. You know the rules.
Okay, sure. It was basically just about, he said that on Earth they know exactly the processes of what's happening, fusion in the sun, and so on and so forth, and that they could measure, the intensity, I guess, here on Earth. But when he said that it doesn't matter outside the atmosphere what happens with movement, I don't think he quite realized what he was saying about the motion of light and ultraviolet radiation, and how intense it is inside the Earth's atmosphere and outside the Earth's atmosphere that runs into our protective barrier, that Van Allen belt. Could one of y'all kind of fill me in on what y'all think about that, please? Thank you.
I could say that the nuclear fusion model, their current model, is not even reached zero net. But not only that, it doesn't predict the temperature problem of the sun. It doesn't at all predict the sun getting hotter the further you get out past 1,000,000 miles.
Yeah, because you're getting very, very little by the time it reaches the ground here. And I don't know the exact numbers, but I thought that might stump him, or maybe he knew. I don't know.
Dude, centrifugal force stumped him because that's what they attribute the losing weight at the equator to the Earth's centrifugal force, which is a pseudo force by definition. He wouldn't agree with that, and he wouldn't even agree that it's centrifugal. Like unless I misunderstood him, he's saying that we go skidding sideways, and so how would that make it way lighter on a scale if the force is if the vector's sideways? I mean, maybe he'll think that through, or maybe I didn't understand his answer. So I look forward to talking to him in the future.
You're on point, buddy. I like that. And I'm gonna finish with this quote or question,
He
I
said
guess.
the skidding sideways would be momentum. And momentum is not a force. That's what he said.
I think he said when you're slowing down, that force slowing you down, like skidding, now it turns into a force, which I didn't understand. But I was going to ask him for an equation of the intensity outside the atmosphere, the Earth's atmosphere, and the Van Allen belt versus on the ground. Mathematically, how do they come up with an accurate answer? I'll land it there. Thank you.
Bro, if they can bounce radar off a black body, they can answer any damn thing, bro. The definition of a black body. The literal definition of a black body is a body like the bodies like the sun and where or a star or something that you can't bounce electromagnetic radiation or any frequencies off of. That's the literal definition of it. And he's talking
Dude,
about
what I
radar.
learned, if you just repeat
But
something
the sun
over
is
and
not a
over
black.
again,
The sun is not
yeah.
a perfect black body, and there are no perfect black bodies. That was his point.
Right. That's what I think. McToon came in here, I believe it was, or it was either FTFE, and dropped a paper, or probably from 2020 or something like that. I want to say out of somewhere in Europe, where they detailed the process of allegedly bouncing radar off the sun.
You happen to have a copy of that?
Yeah, I think I got a bookmark on there.
Nice, thank you.
And
Bro, they
Alan,
just got.
also thank you for thank you for sending that in the Discord. I'm gonna be sending that directly to John because that was one of the points that I guess he was trying to say. Either he's never heard of it or he has heard about it, but he didn't understand your point.
Yeah, it's all good. And I didn't know the name off of it offhand too, so it was a little confusing. Not a subject I'm super familiar with, but I know that element is required to produce all the other heavy elements that they say, and they like all the astronomers just agree that its existence is confirmed. And like you can read that in the paper, they're just like, it's never been measured, but without it, we'd be in some real problems.
Man, how crazy that you found like
So,
a competitor for your relativity debate. Sorry.
so the thing is, there you mentioned some sort of molecule, but in nuclear fusion, it's not molecules; it's nuclei. So, like you mentioned this H minus or whatever you called it, something.
Hydride.
I think you said it wrong, but what he said, when I agree with, was that in the sun, a ions are like nuclei with different amounts of electrons in it. But
You
in the
can't.
sun, nuclei would be stripped of all its electrons. So you would only so basically a proton nucleus is only I'm sorry, said it wrong. A hydrogen nucleus is a proton. That's it. So you have protons and you have electrons swarming around. You don't have ions of atoms.
Yeah, but like I said, you can't get a continuous spectrum off these elements in their gaseous state. It's got to be a type of hydride. They figured that out. They jumped the gun with this gravity model and the
There's not
sun being a
continuous
gas. They
spectra.
they jumped the gun with plasma physics, man. Plasma physics
No, but
has came a long way, man.
there's not continuous spectra. In fact, the whole point is that there's quantized spectra. It comes in
He said
chunks.
they're replicating it, bro. To first replicate it, you'd have to demonstrate continuous spectrum of light, the whole spectrum, the way the sun emits with these said gases, and it doesn't work in the gaseous state. Maybe graphite or hydrides, like Alan's saying. That's interesting. I want to look into that, but no, he'll look into that. John's smart. He'll look in and he'll correct his stance. I think.
Yeah, in the heat of the moment, man, it's hard to get a full coherent thought out, especially when he was kind of jumping in there. And I learned my lesson from doing that to other people, man. And it's you get distracted real easy, and then like Shane lost his spot a couple times when he jumped in there. So um, yeah, maybe this next one there'll be a little more time, and he might re-listen to it and come to terms with his strategy.
Nah, John is shameless. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. But, that's why I had to balk on him. I don't know. You
Wait,
still
wait.
get away
Who's
with all
who's
that.
shameless? Who's who's
John. John is
who's
definitely
who's
shameless.
shameless?
You're shameless as well. Let's not get started on you.
Jamal is
Let's,
the
let's save
fucking
the histrionics and this.
peak shameless, dude.
Bro, not with the fetishy stuff tonight, please. We got guests and different people in the house. Can keep your fetish in the closet.
I just think this whole thing is funny. It's funny to sit here and listen to you guys think that you like won.
Well, we had a huge impasse based off of a straw man and a refusal to acknowledge the position. So it's not really a win or loss. It was just a very unproductive conversation, to be honest.
It was an impasse for sure.
Can you be specific?
Yeah, one person wouldn't acknowledge the non-physical aspect of the sun, even though in his model, in your model that you believe in as well, the sun is an apparent position and you wouldn't be able to attribute physicality to it anyway. We're just removing one extra step from it. And then the dude's like, it's magic or whatever. So it's just an impasse on that.
So yeah, so it's magic because you don't think anything is real. So you think
Nope.
things have
See,
apparent positions, but there's nothing actually real. That's your position. Nothing's real.
It's a
Right?
focal point in the sky.
Just apparent.
That's
It's
what
a focal
everyone's,
point in the
that's
sky.
what everyone sees it as.
So you in your world, like light rays bend 180 degrees and shit, and
In your
just
world,
to
gravity
maintain
does
your own
that.
personal dome of vision, that's just for you, your own little personal Jesus, just for you.
Yep. Just
Don't
like
claim bendy light rays,
just
bro.
like the Royal Astronomical
Yeah, you do.
Society measured in the 1600s.
But it's funny when realists say, hey, refraction bends light a half a degree, you guys get all pissy about that. Half a degree. Oh my God, you guys are invoking magic. And
Bro, I
in
got
your
a
model,
video I'm about to put
it
out
bends
tonight
shit.
with the
Hey,
sun.
hey, hero, why don't you leave emotion out of it and just really talk without emotion? Because the whole
Leah
emotional
Tell
thing.
you there's a
Lozada has been
history
the
with this
most
guy.
emotional speaker tonight. So you've been super emotive on almost everything you've said. It's interesting.
It's hard
Yeah,
for
but
him
you
to
know
leave
what?
the
You know
emotions out.
what? It's okay for women to be a little bit emo, but when a man does it, it's really weak and slimy.
Oh,
I
so
mean,
you're
Hero's a guy who's
super.
come in
So
here
you're
and just
also
profess his
a
unsolicited, just
misandrist.
profess
Good
his
for
love
you.
for me. Jamal, I love you. Just
Oh,
like unsolicited.
Jamal.
Out the fucking
I
blue.
I love it when
Gotta
you
go.
mention this because
I'm sure you do.
at one point, oh,
Let's get into refraction. Yeah, let's get into refraction and seeing things around the curve with Hero. Anybody want to go back and
well,
forth with
no,
Hero on
Jamal,
this?
why don't you
Very
continue
interesting.
on your homoerotic fantasies and lie about things I've said?
Bro, come on, bro. People are in the room. It's not that big a deal. I said ditto, bro.
I
Love
think
is
it is.
love. I
You
said
like
it
to talk.
back to you
You
too,
talk
bro. It
about
was
it.
just really awkward, bro. It was just really weird and awkward and unsolicited in the way you kind of
You bring
choked
it
up
up
when you
like
said it.
every time I talk to you. You bring up this lie.
Refraction, bro. You just talked about half a degree, right? You said that it's disingenuous when I point out when it's hundreds of feet or thousands of feet. And I say, ditto. I say, you're being disingenuous. You're just trying to trivialize it by just making it a small number and saying a small number, saying, oh, it's just half a degree. But I mean, sometimes we're talking about things that we have uninterrupted footage and stunning 4K, and we're just looking at it, and you're just mathematically walking back,
Yeah. Speaking of bendy light on Bislin's curvature calculator,
right,
there's
bendy light.
a switch where you could turn the you could do a 24,000 mile if you turn the bendy light up all the way on his
Just crank
globe.
it up.
You could almost see your own ass in a telescope, man. And you like to bend gravity. You got bendy gravity, so you got bendy straight
Bendy
directions.
space time.
And just focus in on bendy light, which is a misinterpretation of a coordinate transform. That's all it is. Y'all are misinterpreting a coordinate transform. It's ridiculous.
I don't know, man. I've seen his photos of the sun and I've seen Liz's photos of the sun, but in my PTR, that's a sunset picture I took over the Pacific from Camp Pendleton lookout point, and it looks small as hell. So, I mean, I just don't know how to feel.
And to back that up, I got a video coming out tonight where I personally got the Selenium here in Jacksonville, Florida, last year, and with the sun a little over 2 degrees above the horizon and the moon about 6 degrees above the horizon. And then when I went to show the Globers, they said, no, the sun was this and the moon was that. I'm literally showing you in my camera what they are, and you're telling me what SunCalc's saying. I don't care what SunCalc's saying. I filmed it. I captured it all, and I'm posting it tonight on a Flat Earth Test if anybody's interested.
Man, where did Hero go? It would be a perfect time. I'd love to hear Hero. He says it's so passe, but it's just half a degree. he just invokes these numbers, just like, yeah, like he just has such a great beat on just how the refraction is bending the image perfectly to your eye line.
Brian, if you're able to, could you please drop your channel in the chat for us?
Yeah, let me figure that out.
Hey,
Yeah,
could
it'd be
someone help
great
me?
to pass these guys along to a new crowd. It's kind of the communication is broken down with these dudes. They just like become obsessive, weird trolls. I've seen you guys probably got some of the same type of characters on your side, but if we do like a swap, it could be make for some conversation again.
Hey, I was just hearing him talk about the degrees, with his tests and his photos. Can someone help me understand a little bit better about degrees and position, like as far as off the horizon, um, and what's the best time to measure these things, like evening when it's lower in the sky or higher out of the density layers, I guess.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I don't know that anyone has ever actually measured and reined in the variables that they're just like moving sliders and invoking and walking backwards whenever we make a long distance observation. I don't know that anyone has ever actually brought back actual, I've never seen it, maybe it's out there somewhere, brought back actual atmospheric data related to one of these observations where they can actually make the case, not just invoke it or just say it or by decree, but actually show and demonstrate it's likely that this type of refraction is the case. The amount of degrees they're mentioning is like the amount of degrees the light, degrees of refraction that the light is essentially bending, that the image is beneath the horizon, and in just a few degrees of bending will just get it around so that it'll look like it's above the horizon in front of you.
Okay, thank you for that.
No doubt. But I mean, I don't know, is any takers, anyone ever seen someone actually say, hey, there's a thing that looks like we're seeing too far, and here are the atmospheric readings, and here's what's, likely taking place?
Or even someone at sea level or someone 2,000 feet up on the mountain right above them, and kind of both be taking the same observation at the same time. Maybe that'll give us a little more clarity, I guess you could say. Am I on the right track, or am I making
No,
sense?
absolutely. All of that. I mean, if they were as confident, I think they know they're bullshitting. They know that's their like Achilles thing in this whole argument. It's just the realism and the stunning footage of all of this stuff that we shouldn't be able to see, and they have to. That's what the globe model is hanging on at this point. By is this claim of refraction, bringing images around the curve, and they have all sorts of sliders, and they have, I'll throw them a bone and say you have proof of the concept mathematically, but that doesn't. It's not science yet. You can't say, you haven't ruled out like in a strict debate. Like I still have the Occam's razor, less assumptions position, and you haven't ruled it out, and you haven't actually made a strong case for yours either. You're just kind of hand waving at refraction because it has to be that. Right? It can't be that what you're seeing is actually what you get because it is a ball.
Well, the conversation went kind of the way I expected it. I figured it was going to be circular.
Yeah, I wish it was a little more, cut some of the fat, and we just like maybe just like a real A/B format with like maybe one or two moderators just stepping in simply to move the ball forward and like hold John to task because he's slippery. He'll just just say word salad and just pretend he's not accountable or answerable to what was said, and then just he talks in platitudes, and it's you gotta kind of pin him down in the chair and actually get him to focus sometimes.
That's why I try to jump in early on, bro, to try to like just get him moving. Like after that, he tried to actually talk about fucking change the model. Because if not, like, bro, he was being extremely circular and fucking just repeating himself.
Well, once Alan and him have like their formal debate, it'll be interesting because if it's anything like how it was broken down when they were when they had the last debate that Jaron was moderating, then he will be on a timestamp. You know, he will have to give his opening, his closing statements. He will have to present, you know, for every claim that he's making as references. So that might be a little bit more of a way to kind of, you know, keep John. I don't even like to use the word control because I don't think anybody should be controlled, but you get what I mean? Like, at least to keep John on task.
Yeah, for
No,
sure.
he
I agree.
started out just spewing a bunch of stuff, and when dude like responded to what he said, he's like, "Let's stay on subject. That's not what we're here to
Man,
talk
man,
about."
he's
And
a
it's like, that's
gaslighter,
what you
master
started talking
gaslighter.
about. What the hell?
Yeah, maybe Alan could get like Dr. Bennett like to moderate and keep score kind of thing. I don't know.
It's probably a good idea.
That'd be awesome. Hey, just a quick question about yesterday's talk when Bennett and when Shane and Alan and everybody were kind of had the two doctors there, and um, uh, I left a little early, but I was curious about the downward force of a possible fluid-like medium, the ether, turning at a certain rate, and can be measured on its way down, but possibly breaking into like fractal-like um, movement. And if it's possible that these tidal nodes might have some kind of, movement from that downward fractal force, and that's why there's different nodes at different points of, and it's very prominent, the shown on like wave charts, or you see where I'm going with it. Maybe the ether has something to do with those movements and spots, hot spots. Yeah, just brainstorming.
I missed it when you said tidal nodes. You talking about in the ocean, or were you talking about just like the general weather patterns on the opposite side of the equator?
So I guess to make it a little better to understand for me, yes, tidal nodes are different spots
Like the
around.
amphidromic zones, or what they call?
Yeah, and it kind of it has a motion to it that is, I've heard, or I don't know if it's true or not, but like a tornado effect, causing the nodes to drain, almost like when it's time for the tides, they go up and down, in and out. And this is a wild, off the wall question, but maybe the ether and the fractal nature of it coming down has an effect on the waters, and the tides and the tidal nodes. Um, just trying to find a mechanism that might cause those nodes, you know. Yeah.
Real quick, sorry, Jamal and Elizabeth and whoever else keeps the space going. I'm sorry that I spoke a lot. If ever I turn into a nuisance, always just get in there and tell me to shut up. I try
Nah,
to
it's
do it.
hilarious. We love when you speak. You sound exactly like. That's why we were calling you Hesse when you came in. So I'm just cracking up every time you talk. It's like, there's no way this is not Hesse. You guys speak exactly the same, articulate exactly the same. You seem to have the same spirit. It's cool. Nah, you were
Oh,
cool. You were cool.
thank you so much. You guys were super, super hospitable and generous. I have to call my sister long distance, so I have to actually get going. But yeah, this was fantastic. I mean, he disappointed me completely because I just feel like he wasn't a gentleman all the way, and I was hoping that he would have been. But anyways, we yet have to meet a really good Glober. But thank you so much, and I appreciate being invited, and I look forward to spending more time with your community, my other family.
For sure, always an open door around here. We're hanging out in here most days of the week, like for a few hours at least. There'll be some people in here talking about some cool stuff. But
Yeah,
yeah,
very
I
big
want to
compliment.
keep the air clear between John and these guys, and then keep a nice open line of communication with you guys and try to stay out the way as much as possible because when he comes in here, I guess he feels like there's all this history and baggage, and he brings some of that bad behavior. And I think he's better than that. He can do better than that. We just gotta somebody's gotta coach him and let him know hey, just give everybody a fair shake. Just you have your best manners and just come to the table and have a discussion. Cause
I gave him a fair warning though, man. I told him, hey, these guys, don't have the conversation how you have it in here. These guys don't interrupt each other. They let each other finish their thoughts. I told him. He was like, okay, note taken and stuff.
John's is
Can't
zealous once he
control
gets
himself.
going. Like there's no stopping once he gets going.
Dude, 0 notes were taken by that guy, probably.
Zealous.
I'll bet.
Facts.
but
No, he's very zealous, overzealous.
but peace, Lily. Have a good night. Thanks for coming in and crushing for us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Liliana. And also to you, Alan. And I know that Shane must have stepped out, and Brian for stepping in, and everybody who's here from either cosmology or from wherever you're from on this beautiful flat realm with topography. Thank you so much for coming out and being here with us. We did have the replays on just because we wanted it to just stick to the point. I'm assuming that you're probably done live streaming, Alan, at this point, correct?
Oh no, I'm
Or
still
is it still
streaming.
going?
I was gonna chill for a bit, see what you guys are up
Okay,
to.
yeah, for sure. I just also wanted to give a shout out. I did post it at the top of the room. For anybody who is just interested in conspiracy in general, our boy Linnell, who was in here moderating earlier, that's why he had to pop out of the room. But I did post it to the top of the room. The house is called The Painful Truth. It is his interactive conspiracy podcast where he talks all things conspiracy, not just flat Earth. They go into the health, hoax, the virus hoax. I know that tonight, Wednesday, and how he's been doing a series has been on Conspiracy University. So we're talking about PhD level conspiracy. That means that we're past the 9/11 stuff, we're past the JFK, all that. And yeah, just basically going on over things that are going on in the news in today's world. So it is very informative. He does have special guests that come there. We will be having a special guest soon coming over there that deals with the health realm. A very well known lady, by the way. Wink, wink, if y'all can guess who she is. And I encourage anybody to join the house. It's here on Clubhouse Wednesdays and Fridays. And on Mondays, you can catch him on YouTube. And it's the Tinfoil Family on YouTube. And it also streams over to Apple Podcasts. But yeah, what gives it that special niche is that it's an interactive podcast. So we usually, once we close this room down on Wednesdays and Fridays, we pop up over there on, in the Painful Truth here on Clubhouse, and we chill over there. And yeah, you're all welcome to come.
Including, he has a website also, blackistheuniform.com, where he has some dope ass fucking flat earth gear that you can take a look at, and different kind of shirts and shit, and just gear, any kind of gear.
Yeah, conspiracy gear. Thank you for that, Jose. And then one more thing, vigorforpain.com. That is his other business. If you have any loved ones in your life that are dealing with joint pain or any type of pain and stuff like that, please head over to vigorforpain.com also and check those products out.
What was the YouTube channel again, please?
Sorry, so the house here on Clubhouse, Alan, is The Painful Truth, and on YouTube it's the Tinfoil Family. I'm gonna go copy the link and post it in the chat for you.
Thank you. Can you put it on Discord as well? Oh, I found it. It's Tinfoil Family. Here we go.
Yeah, he's on there on Mondays, and I know he just recently started this week doing TikTok. He did like a test run on Tuesday, and he's through a trial period. But if you want the more interactive, I mean, you can still be interactive on YouTube, of course, because you can just obviously post in the chat. However, but if you want to have it more like this type of style space, Wednesdays and Fridays is here. The Painful Truth. That's the name of the house, and yeah, we just go over there and chill.
Nice.
But thanks again, you guys are completely awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Again, thank you for taking out your time out of your days.
Yeah, hopefully, I want to send John your way because he'll give y'all great content. Just, massage him up a little bit and just, take you to softball him a bit, and you'll get some good content out of him. But just don't make him crack. Like, he's just fragile these days. So don't make him crack and go, like,
in the overdrive mode.
Yeah, don't make him do like Witted and say that his brain was hurt. Don't make his brain hurt and say that he has a long fire hose.
Yes, hey, yo, small digestible bits, and you'll get good content out of it. But it is kind of, you gotta have to keep him on task, because he'll want to just get scallop and declare victory and just breeze past shit. So you just gotta really, and he'll admit it. Like, he'll say, "All right, say it again," and like he totally didn't listen to the last 2, 3, 4 things he said.
That's the worst. But it's good practice, though. So, all good.
Yeah, it is, because when you do keep him on task, you get amazing sound bites from Pete. Like, we've got the craziest sound bites of him. That's the guy says, "All right, let me tell you this. Like, what we do in science is we create toy models, and we even tell ourselves stories about these toy models. And whether those stories are true or not, it's not what we care about." So I was like, all right, well, there you have it. Like, that's all we've been saying this whole time. Is like, you have a toy model that you're preoccupied with, you're fixated with. That's cool. It's a cool model, but when the reality disagrees with your model, you ignore reality and just keep working on your model.
And just keep saying the model's physically correct. See, that's the crazy part of it. But some of them do, acknowledge that it's just a model, a QED, etc., stuff like that. But yeah, on the same side of it, they'll ignore any contrary evidence to it and just reassert the correctness of it.
Yeah, I want to hear your debate, man, with him, Alan. I think it's going to be interesting because, I mean, after hearing him and Witzer go at it for an hour and him saying that his brain hurts, I mean, I'm wondering how your thing is going to turn out.
Yeah, try your best, like I said, to make them self-aware and like realize that, hey, bro, like, start with a clean slate. Don't bring, because he's jumping right in the full swing of like all of the Clubhouse messiness and theatrics. Like, see if you could just get him to have a really temper, sit down, actual conversation. Try like your best to mitigate that, because if you can do that, he was really good content. Or he'll just go off the rails and it'll be short-lived.
And also, Alan, why I mentioned about his other John's House Scientific Discourse is because in there all of his physicist friends hang out, so that might be a good way for you to like scout for other types of physicists. Yes. So I'll tell you next time he's in there, and you can just pop up. Trust me, you don't have to go on stage and speak if you don't want to. You can just listen in the queue. Like I said, he'll probably speak this week about like what happened here, whatever, tonight or not. But yeah, I just thought of that because that's where they all kind of like congregate to. So I figured you can have your pickings, sir.
Nice.
Yeah, you'll get a cool dozen eager ones in there that'll be chomping at the bit.
Yeah, let me know when that's live. I'll go in there and do some scouting. I'm just gonna ask him.
Sure,
I'm just gonna ask whoever wants to do it. But yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'll hit you up on the Discord and let you know the next time that he's in there. I'll be like, come on, they're in here, because he usually picks like a random day of the week. And it's, like I said, it's usually midday Eastern Standard Time, like morning his time, because he's West Coast time. But I'll just ping you so that, you can come in and you can kind of just have a listen, and you can kind of just ask, because like what Jamal said, you'll find quite a few eager ones in there that will want to take you up for the challenge.
Nice.
Bring your hard hat and some Tums or something. It's gonna be it's fucking hard. It's hard to deal with. It's like very pompous bunch as well. Like, they're very anti-flat earth in there as well. Not all of them, but most of them. It's kind of the tone. Hard to digest some of it.
Hey, has anyone ever thought about the path of the light from the sun? I guess it don't matter the degree, 90 or 45 or on the horizon. Well, that may make a difference, but to ask some of these physicists that know the what's going on in the sun, what it does, how it produces light and all that, how much like argon, xenon, oxygen, hydrogen, helium, do they ever factor that into the path of light, and or how far they are from the sun, since they can calculate all that? Is Is that a thing? Like, I don't know physics that well, but yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen any actual acknowledgement or academic treatment of something that I've seen that's really compelling in flat earth circles. The idea that like the colors we see at dusk and dawn are like different noble gases being excited by the sun as it gets, as it comes into the, the observer sky. Um, but I don't know if anyone wanted to take that because I did want to get back to some of the talking points from earlier to kind of get some clarity on something. But I mean, John sometimes like when John talks about that's why I said if you can like, actually really nail him down on his position on sunsets and all of that, and get him to strawmanning the flat Earth. John will say that you'll never get night on the flat Earth because the distance the sun would have to travel just using pure inverse square in a vacuum, no consideration for the atmosphere, and he'll keep a straight face. And I said, but John, how could you take away the atmosphere on Earth? And he'll just and just breeze past. It's like, well, that's unreasonable. Why would you strawman this in such an egregious way and take away the atmosphere and make us answerable to that? But I did want to get back to some of the the how much it changes during a day. And because I've seen some, I think actually it may have been on your channel, Shane. I didn't even realize that was you until OG mentioned that you are anti-disinformation. I remember seeing some videos there with some angular size change during the course of the day. I just know, is there anyone who's doing it in serious, like with like the best controls? They actually have a clear view, unobstructed view to, good long distance and good equipment, etc. Is that what Run Boston Bear? Is that what he does? Doesn't he do something like that? Or I got it mixed up with someone else? Am I lagging out?
I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you too. I just don't have the answer to that question about Run Boston Bear.
Yeah, because I've always just argued I've always just kind of taken that. I don't know what the sun's what the actual distance or size of this true size of the sun is. So the angular size, if the angular size isn't happening, whether it's no change at all or whether it's just something uh, nominal. I always just said that it could enter and leave your sphere of vision so long as the distance that is traveling in your sky or from horizon to horizon is nominal in face of its actual size and distance, then you would experience it that way. That's kind of always been the way I've thought of it. If the sun is big enough and far enough away, the distance that it travels from horizon to horizon is it's not going to have much of an appreciable size change to an observer on Earth.
Yep, that's pretty much our argument.
All right. And that's
I
taken
think
for
one.
granted that we just treat it like an object. You know what I mean? I usually like to just default to, I don't know what the fuck the sun is doing, actually. It's beautiful, though.
Yeah, I got to up my sun physicality game. So, but yeah, that's the crux of it, right? It's like that's why the conversation got taken from the observations to the proof, like talking about the physicality of it. That's where it got into like, we know it's a gas, nuclear fusion, etc. So that's where they'll have to turn to try and substantiate it. But it's like that model isn't even viable. I just need to correctly articulate the deconstruction of it. So
Hey guys, I'm gonna head out. Hey, it was nice meeting you. Thank you for holding this space. I like this app though. I think I'm gonna keep it on, man. And yeah, all I know about the sun is In the wintertime at noon, it's super warm on my face when I look up at it. And as it goes away, the next couple of hours, it's cold again. So it's got to be local, in my opinion. But thank y'all, man. Y'all have a blessed night.
Thanks for coming, RG. Make sure to add
Yeah,
some
thanks,
of us
man.
back so that when we're in rooms, you'll see us popping up. Maybe we're going to be in some of these rooms with these physicists and these globers and such. And we're in here basically every day if you ever want to stop by.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I see I'm going to put the name of your channel in here right, right after I'm done. I'm just getting sleepy. I got to go to sleep. But much love to everybody, and God bless.
Yeah, thanks for swinging through, man.
I love that closing statement too.
Oh no, Shishi, your little mic.
I know, I just noticed that. I think it's just because, wait, no, my mic is acting funny. I can see it on the microphone.
Tiny microphone.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to when Hansen, who's our other PhD theoretical physicist, he's American, but he's of Chinese descent. He's in China right now visiting family, and I know that he's just waiting, I guess, to figure out his schedule so that he can set up with you guys, Alan, Shane, Witz. Well, I think he mainly said Witsit because he heard John's back and forth with Witsit, and I guess he just wants to address some of those claims / backup John.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Like, it always, this is how it turns out, right? So like somebody will watch an interaction with Witsit and they'll go, you know what? I could do it better. And then they come through, get crushed, and then it becomes their entire personality to try and like reclaim that lost virtue. So I wish Hansen
Oh,
all
I
the
swear that's
best.
me on Clubhouse. That's the same fucking villain story for all these dudes. Nah, Hanson's cool though, man. Hanson's pretty intellectual. He's a little painful to talk to sometimes. He could be a little kind of got a his pace of talking is a little drawn out, but he's sharp. He knows his shit, and he's pretty intellectually honest for the most part. Sometimes he'll just he'll be a little obtuse at times, but he knows his shit, and he's not as zealous. He doesn't have, not to say he doesn't have as much skin in the game. He just doesn't act like it's he doesn't act as fiendish as some of them. I guess he doesn't get all triggered and angry about the conversation.
And Jamal is or anybody here, Kasra is also like, is he PhD level with his physics? He's on our side, flat Earth, but is he PhD level with physics, or does he just have a
I think
general?
he has a aerospace master's, is what they say. I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
He is PhD. If I'm not sure what was it exactly.
I never heard him speak of a PhD. I know he said he had a master's or two or something like that.
Maybe I am wrong, but I could have sworn I heard him say that he did have a PhD. I remember somebody saying that it didn't count because he got it in another country or something like that.
Oh, man. He was Iranian, I think. Right?
Some shit like that. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, Hero just put it there. So Kasra has a master's in aerospace engineering, and the rest of that sentence is not necessary, Hero.
Nerve. Hero got the nerve to say obtuse means you don't understand him. Like when John calls everything word salad in. I don't know what that is. I need to look into it, but I bet it's wrong. Like, all right, man, how many times are you gonna say that before you like humble down? Like, do some research.
Jamal, who refuses to still come in the room, but I was trying to ping him a couple times? Rohan, but he just refuses to come in here. T Brown came in here for a bit.
Yeah, I wanted to ping T Brown. T Brown made a mess on himself the last time with that whole kinematics. Oh man, imagine this dude trying to dump on me. He's using, this is what happens when you use words. you don't know the definition of kinematics, because I was pretty much just saying, you know, they had some kinematic pretty much ratios that were derived from just looking, you know, empirically looking at the stars, Kepler, etc., or whatever. And he said, you know, kinematics, very specifically, I'll tell you why. Kinematics, by definition, means the study of the motion of objects with consideration for the forces. I said, what
Oh
opposite that?
no.
Opposite of the definition. That's your major malfunction. That's why you're projecting all your bullshit onto me. Listen. Man, I wish we had this. I got the sound, but I just got the zeal to go get it now. But he's like, he went on like the prefaced all of this with, for my job, for my profession, for years now, I do kinematics day in and day out. I am intimately familiar. He just like was made himself out to be the expert in kinematics, and then switching the
Yeah.
definition got it completely upside down.
John and I can have this conversation.
Right, John and I can have this conversation. Don't say no, John and I can have. John agrees with me on this one.
Well, in his defense, the mainstream doesn't seem to make much of a distinction anymore, and a lot of people get them mix matched. Like, I don't know if you caught the conversation
He
that
truly didn't get it.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught the conversation that Bennett had with Professor Parks, and they couldn't get past the definition of kinematics, dude, because he was going straight to dynamics, and it was like, bruh, what are you doing here?
That conversation I had with him, it was kind of painful. It was really it was humbling for me, but I mean, it should be really humbling for them. But like, just to see, a lot of people really don't. They because of the way it gets all, they do a little sleight of hand and mix it all up. A lot of people really don't understand the distinction, that there is a distinction, and what the implications of, of the fact that we have kinematics without the dynamics, that's what the implications of that even are, because they just mix it all up and think they have, this big romantic story they get sold on and get taught how to sell it.
You know what's crazy, Jamal? Ever since that whole kinematics thing with you, Dr. T. Brown, and John, and then Alan, to your point, when you had Dr. Bennett and Dr. Parks in there, that very next morning, right, Jamal? We had like a 101 lesson just on the definition, because I was going crazy that night with Dr. Parks, and I was like, okay, so it's this, and then and then this and that. So Jamal had to give us like a 101 just to break down the simple word and definitions on it, just because of how convoluted, like it all gets when two people are differing on the point.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome that you guys had a kinematics and dynamics space.
I had the lingo. I named it that. Yeah, and John corrected him, and he was kind of fighting. John and I may disagree on this, and he's pretty much just talking in circles, saying that, yeah, but you can't have kinematics without knowing the dynamic. I'm like, yes, you don't get this stuff at all, and you're telling yourself as an expert. I'm not a fucking expert. I don't posture myself like an expert. I just be talking shit, and I understand this shit, and I'm fascinated by it. But
damn, he went full backwards on it, huh? It was like, well, what's dynamics then, bro? Is it the same thing as your kinematic definition?
Ouroboros.
Hey, Hero, you got a lot to say, man. Why don't you just come up and talk then?
I don't know why Hero doesn't just come.
I don't really want to hear his voice, to be honest. But okay, if y'all want to.
Maybe Alan wants entertainment.
Tell him stay off my dick, please. God damn. Talk to these guys.
Don't tell me to stay on mute after you invited me up, dude.
I didn't say stay on
Hero,
mute. I
but
said
one
stay
thing,
off the level.
we're just gonna not do the homoerotic comments, Hero. So can we just stick to points? Just stop booty clapping on Jamal. Just leave Jamal alone, please.
I'm super happy to do that. I only request Jamal does not bring that homoerotic shit up.
You're already dragging it, bro, just to talk.
But the kinematics thing is funny because kinematics has been replaced with mechanics. Kinematics is simply the description of points in space and their movement in space. And you guys always talk about reification being a fallacy, right? So kinematics is simply talking about things moving. Mechanics simply says that you have mass and you have forces and you have
dynamics, right?
Yeah,
so there's still kinematics and dynamics. One doesn't supersede the other. You use one to verify the postulates of the other, right? So with kinematics, you make measurements, you make predictions, and then with dynamics, you start including forces to facilitate those or that motion. And if your predictions, match observation, then or experiment, then you're in good agreement with like establishing a law of physics for motion or whatever it is you're trying to establish with respect to the actual forces. So it's not that
kinematics is
you just
introduced.
nope. Just hold on a second.
So no,
It starts with kinematics,
Oh,
bro.
calm down.
no, you interrupted me.
One doesn't
You
supersede the other. You're right. I think I did. I
interrupted
apologize.
me.
Go
I'm not
ahead.
interrupting you, right?
You're right. Go
So
ahead.
kinematics is about points in space in motion, right? So mechanics or dynamics or whatever you want to call it comes in where it starts invoking like a reason for that, right? So like F equals ma, right? So like, well, the position has something to do with force and mass, and then like the Newton's law of gravitation comes in to say like, well, this we have a reason why things move. Kinematics is simply the mathematical description of what things do, but dynamics and mechanics talks about why things move the way they do.
Agree.
That's all it is, right?
I think we're all
Agreed.
clear
That's
on
it.
that, man.
Yeah, agreed. But they're not
Those are the
like
definitions of those
one
words.
didn't supersede the other, right? They're very much related. You start with kinematics, then you do experimental testing based off of dynamies, where you're going to make your predictions of future motion based on forces, right? And then if you get the wrong prediction,
I
you
think
go
he's
back
on
to
a
the
phone call.
kinematics
He
and
got a
start
little
all
phone
over.
call.
Oh,
Yeah, a little
sorry.
phone call last time. You might have missed the last
Oh, is that what that means? Okay, my
one.
bad.
Yeah, a little red.
What does the red light mean?
When a little red, you get like a little red phone symbol on your
Apologies,
screen.
I was on a call
Okay.
briefly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when you get a red line
Okay,
like
my
on the
bad.
bottom, that I think that's just like saying like maybe your signal is bad or something.
no. The Flat Earth Gang, Corey, has a red phone icon on under his name.
Oh, that
Right,
means
that's what
he has a phone call.
Oh, okay. So if it's red or
I just had a
yellow,
phone call. I'm sorry if that was me.
no, you're good. You're good. I just
Anyway,
didn't realize that that's what it was. But yeah,
No, go ahead. Repeat what you said. Yeah.
I agree with your definitions of kinematics and dynamics. But the idea, like the way that you presented it, that like kinematics is outdated and it's superseded by mechanics or dynamic prediction, isn't the case at all. You always
he
start with
does.
What's that?
No, my bad. I was ad-lib. I was just saying he doesn't get it.
Oh, yeah. You start with kinematics, and then you go to dynamics for your predictions of future motion based on those forces. And if your predictions match experimental result, then you're establishing whatever forces and the causal mechanism, etc.
right, but they don't on their own. Like patterns don't on their own predict future action. They sort of do a little bit, but then they don't. And that's where dynamics come in. That's where actually taking into account inertia and mass and gravity. Now you can predict things way better, way better. Still not perfectly, but much better. So kinematics is just the description of motion, and that's just like let's say this position x, and we have a velocity v, and we have a thing, and we have a function that describes it, but there's no real reason for it. Mechanics comes in and says there's a reason for it. There's like things have mass that explains why when there's a force on it, there's a certain acceleration, and then we have gravity. That's a whole nother thing, and that all of a sudden that explains almost everything. Not perfectly, but a lot of shit. Like I'm
Well,
surprised you guys can't appreciate that. Like there's a beauty there.
oh no, we explicitly appreciate it, and we're on the exact same page.
I think he thinks we're against dynamics. That's what they've been saying lately. They're saying they want us, like as if we're saying, Joe, like we're in a kinematic cult, and we're saying there's no such thing as dynamics. No one has a problem. We just want you to be honest about the quality of your theory, or like how scientific your theory is, and how theoretical it is, and how mathematical it is, and ad hoc.
And also, I would like to add on for future professionalism, if you could please refer to kinematics and dynamics as kinematics and dynamies, that'd be fantastic.
Sure.
Wait. Just for the sake of humor, what did you say? Please say
Kinematics
that.
and dynamies.
Kinematics and dynamics.
Yes,
No, I
sir.
will not say that.
Ah. All right, we'll keep it under consideration.
Yeah, it's definitely strictly longies and latties, though. Definitely don't say longies.
Dude, I don't fuck with longitude. I only know about longies.
Yeah, but I mean, again, like the just the implications that hey, we can have predictive models that are purely kinematic, and that could just be we could just have that on the table, right? And especially based off things like start talking about what's in the sky, the repeating cycles in the sky, for sure. That's been nailed down for eons and eons, right? People have seen that and recorded it. Now, when you guys offer up masses for planets and stuff, it's like, and you just flaunt that around like we all just gotta accept that. It's just that's where things just go a little bit off the rails. Like with the mass of Mercury, it's the mass of Mercury.
But the past
You think we know the
patterns
mass of Mercury,
are
don't you,
they
Hero?
don't
I'm just
those
asking.
the patterns,
You're in the Matrix, bro.
future patterns
You're in the Matrix.
predict it very
You also have a bad connection.
they don't. Uh, patterns are interesting, but you need more
Is that just me, or is he
because
like in the blender?
No,
past
Nah,
he's
nah,
hella
he's
lagging.
Probably
yeah.
just
Pointed at the ionosphere, Hero.
Might want to start over, Hero.
I'm pointing my phone towards the ionosphere.
Now we can hear you. There you go.
Really, I still have a red bar. No, what I was just saying is like the patterns themselves from the past suggest the future, but they don't really predict the future very well. The predictions and the actualities diverge. So you can talk all you want about sacred geometry and the flower of life and blah blah blah, but if you really want to predict the future, you know stick with F equals ma and force of gravity equals mass 1 times mass 2 over r squared times g. Like that'll get you that'll get you the future like to a pretty fucking high degree.
Well,
It's pretty
did
simple. It's a
did you
pretty simple
know?
set of
Want to help him
equations.
out
Did you
with
know that
cosmology?
if in FGmm over r squared, the masses cancel out and a constant over a constant is the same as the constant? So what it actually becomes is the same thing as Kepler's original laws, where it's just about the periodicity of the event as a ratio to the constant. So when you do the orbital mechanics and you put in the mass, it like for let's take Jupiter for example. If you took Jupiter and did the mass of
So
Jupiter,
all
please
you're
don't
saying is you could
interrupt.
derive Kepler's. You
Please
could no,
don't
I'm going to
interrupt.
interrupt. All you're
Nope,
saying
nope,
is that
no,
you
you're
could
definitely not
derive
going to interrupt, bro.
Kepler's
Nope,
laws.
you're not good.
Bro,
You're
No,
not.
Hero,
You're
no, you
chill,
are.
definitely.
Bro,
You
bro.
are definitely not going to
You are.
interrupt. You're
You are
definitely not going
fucking
to interrupt,
sensitive.
hero. Hero,
Shut up.
please
Calm
show
down.
some respect.
You are a sensitive little girl.
Please show some
See, they
respect.
think they're rock
We're
Too
stars.
trying to have
sensitive.
we're trying to have a conversation here
You
about
are a
kinematics and
snowflake,
dynamics, buddy. It doesn't sound good for
but you're
anybody
so
if we talk
fucking
over each
dumb.
other.
You
No.
little
Well,
child.
well,
You
then you can address what I'm wrong about after I finish saying
toddler,
all of what I'm wrong about.
little child.
So when you put the mass back in the equation for Jupiter with respect to one of its moons, it changes the calculation by 0.00001%. It's not this grandiose of accuracy that you just presented. It doesn't matter at all. And further, when you get into Newtonian predictions with the perihelion of Mercury, for example, gravity doesn't predict that perturbation. It when you're going perihelion, you're locked into that axis, so you're not going to deviate up or down like you do with the perihelion precession. And that's why they had to come up with general relativity, because it shows that the dynamics involved do not explain what's going on in the sky in the way that they had attributed it to. Now you may speak, sir.
Okay, so you said 0.0, I don't remember how many zeros. You were like 0.0000%. That's the level of uncertainty. Do you think that's a problem? I do agree. On some level, there is a problem in Newtonian mechanics, and general relativity kicks in. It's usually not a big deal until you're up to like high energies or high masses, but it does come in even on our scale. But I mean, you said 0.0000 something percent, so I think you seem to be aware of how small that is.
Imperceptible and completely irrelevant.
I don't think he heard you. I think he misheard you with the 000.
Yeah, I'm looking for the specific figures now. Give me a sec.
Yeah, I think he was saying they diverge at like a negligible amount. I don't think he was saying that the fact that you have that amount of accuracy is a bad thing. It's nominal, hero. You just want to come in here all coked up, acting like rock stars. Like you got people acting like gentlemen in here. Calm down, man. Talking like a tough guy. Like when did you become a tough guy? What the fuck is going on?
Once you start getting that smoke, you start getting triggered, man.
These dudes have been hemmed up by they britches and fucking spanked up and down this app.
Yeah, man. That's why John loves that topic with the sun, because he'll just dismiss anything you throw at him and just keep repeating the same talking points and then say he won.
Yeah, that's why he hates debating it with me because I won't even go there too far with him. I'll humor him a bit. I'll lay down a premise that can work, and then after that, I don't. You won't box me into any entailments because I don't. I can say I take an agnostic position on exactly what or where the sun is. To observe phenomena, nothing like it.
Yeah, I was telling Liz that it was I pretty much knew how it was gonna go. I mean, I like hearing the conversation regardless, and I like having these guys in here because these guys know their shit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely always a good time and a dope convo or whatever. But I know that for sure on that specific topic, I know it wasn't gonna go anywhere.
Yeah, I had that when I was in Jamaica earlier. I was in the summertime. We had that out. We went and opened up the recorded room and debated that same topic pretty much. And he just lays out his platitudes over and over, and over and over and over. And he doesn't really do much listening. And it's yeah. At least here's the thing. This is what I'm saying. Like I guess he's probably tried to fly it in another place. Maybe other people he's kind of had to sharpen it up because I could never get him to concede that the shape of the earth cannot be determined. Like you can make inferences, like some inferences into like what the shape of the earth may be based upon sky observations, but it'll never reveal to you the shape of the earth, and it'll never be weightier than direct observations of the earth in this discussion. So and he just would never concede to that. And now he's just saying like, yeah, that was always his logic. That was always his talking point.
I was gonna ask, Alan, if you would have interjected more in that conversation, would you have mentioned anything different or touched on a different point or like handled the conversation differently?
No, there was I just would have addressed the physicality aspect of it more, because that was like his key issue, right? Or like the crux of his argument. And while Shane addressed it a couple of times, I feel like it was glossed over with some of the other stuff he said. So it was like allowing for wiggle room where it's like, this is where the impasse is at. And, That's just kind of where it's at. But other than that, it
Well,
was pretty much the same stuff.
what do you mean about the physicality aspect?
Oh, where the sun has to be a specific size to be its to give its angular size. So it has to have a specific diameter to it. You know, has to be a physical object or whatever. So we take the
Do you think it's
position that
not?
it's apparent.
Do you think
Yeah,
it's not a physical? I mean, it's just
yeah,
because this is a really key point that I think maybe different groups differ from. Do you think so? Like I think the sun is a thing. It has a physical reality to it. I might not know what that physical reality is, but I think it does. Do you think that it simply doesn't have a physical reality?
correct. I think when you go to the beach and you
So
look
you just
at the sun ray coming at you from the water, it only comes to you. And then if someone's like 10 feet away from you, they have their own personalized one. I think it's something that we all see in our azimuthal dome of vision, like Shane was saying, and it's personal to us. That's why when you triangulate it, it gives different, it doesn't quite work unless you move it out to a distance of 93 million miles where it will eventually converge. When you get into celestial navigation, all maps are based off of the celestial sphere, right? And the celestial sphere is where everything in the sky is basically on the same plane and it's equidistant from one another. So it doesn't matter if the sun is 93 million miles or if it's 6,200 miles. For the purposes of using a map and navigation and knowing where you are on Earth, 6218 is just good enough because that's what all the maps and stuff are based off of. So that's why we take the position of the, it's your celestial sphere of vision, right? That azimuthal dome, it extends out to about 60 or 6218, which is what all the maps and stuff are based off of.
Yo, real quick, maybe you might know the name of these things. There are these types of maps that were really popular back in the days, like for celestial navigation. And it's pretty much like it's localized. Like you could get one for London or wherever, Chicago, and it has like the azimuthal, like local azimuthal, I guess local celestial sphere on it. There's a fucking name for it. I just can't remember it.
I've never heard of it.
Damn.
Shane's really big on maps, though. He might know.
Yeah, Heroes the point just a few degrees of refraction. I want Hero to talk about this refraction. Like my point has always been, I've never seen anyone. I think once I've seen it, they use like liquid butane or something, got some ridiculously cold, ridiculously unnatural, aggressive gradient, and like looked around the canister like a fraction of a millimeter. But I haven't seen anyone, and it wasn't a clean, coherent image. I haven't seen anyone bringing down to a desktop or any type of scientific method a demonstration of this refraction that they invoke on the horizon that allows us to see objects that are around the Earth's curve. Hero's the guy who just swears he has such a good command on it. I'll spare you the details, but I would love to hear Hero talk about some of these
I mean,
long distance
I think you're
observations
just
and how they just have to
ignoring
bend a few.
you're just ignoring reality. Like, do you deny that light won't bend in atmosphere?
Well, that's a ridiculous straw man. No one said nothing. Like, where did you get such a ridiculous thing to feed me? I didn't say that. No one heard me say anything
No,
close to that.
dude. I'm
No, but
just
why
asking. I'm
ask a
trying to
ridiculous?
clarify our
That's a
position.
dumbass question to ask. It was stupid. And you know that's not my position,
You
so it's
asked
just disingenuous.
you fuck
Just
you.
being a little weirdo.
You little
Talk
girl.
to these guys.
You
Don't
just
talk.
you
No.
just you asked me a question about refraction, right? And then I asked a clarifying question. And my clarifying question was,
Yeah, but you're
do
very
you
clear on what my position is already.
No, I'm
Quite a
not.
history. You
I'm
know
trying to
that I
clarify
don't
it.
deny that. Fucking come on, that was stupid.
I don't
Stop the
know.
pageantry. But I don't want to talk to your weird effeminate ass, bro. Talk to somebody else, bro.
Okay, you're fucking
Come on.
effeminate shit. You're a dumbass dude.
Shut up. You're slow off the draw. You're not funny or entertaining. Nobody's here to hear you make corny ass jokes, bro. Stick to the science and talk to somebody else, bro.
Give it up,
I
Bert.
was
What's
trying to
happening?
talk about refraction. You asked me a question about refraction. I was trying to answer it, but
Yeah, but you disqualified. You don't get to talk to me when you start with weird strawman
you
logic.
asked a
I
fucking
never
question.
would.
You don't want to even hear my response?
Of course he doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, don't talk
Fucking
to me.
homo.
Jamal, how you doing, buddy?
What's happening,
Oh,
Bert?
Bert
I
is
was
here.
gonna tell you. I was actually
Jamal
trying to
is
summon you
gay, and
earlier.
he can't explain to everybody that he's gay. That's why he talks.
Yeah, like I said, bro, I was gonna summon you earlier to see if you can coach John, right? Because I know you could probably like a confidant, and probably put some, weight behind what you say. Try to get him to, when he speaks with, these new ether cosmology guys, to just don't jump right into the full swing of all of the Clubhouse theatrics, man. Just like these guys, they want to have a different level discussion. See if he could have a nice tempered conversation and be professional and represent you guys better than he's been representing, because he's
Did I
going off the
understand you
rails.
earlier, Jamal? You were saying you haven't seen any evidence for atmospheric refraction.
No. Why do you guys straw man so aggressively?
No, I'm asking you. Is that what you were saying
Yes,
when I came in the
atmospheric
room?
refraction is the thing. This is why I get upset when you guys do it, because we've
No,
spoken
I'm asking
before
you a question.
at
Is that
length
what
about
you're
all this.
saying?
No problem. I'm just clarifying for you. You know that that's a ridiculous thing. I've never said anything like that. What I said
Well,
was the
okay.
type of refraction that you guys invoke, where you have a nice coherent image object that's obstructed. Like, let's say we do bring it to a tabletop, it's on the other side of an opaque thing, and then an atmospheric, some sort of optical density gradient, I guess. Let's say temperature specifically, because I think that's what you guys are like hand waving at, a temperature inversion that is bringing objects from around an opaque obstruction and allowing you to see it. That's what I would love to see demonstrated and scaled down without doing the Texas sharpshooter, draw a bullseye over whatever long distance observation people make and say, "Oh, there it is," and just walk it back mathematically.
Didn't Hero use a hot frying pan to deviate light for you?
I don't know. I don't really pay attention
Previously?
to Hero. He was a weird guy. I don't know. Yeah, I've never seen this. I've heard people mention that. I've never seen that.
I don't know. I don't know if it was Hero. I thought it was Hero. Could have been someone else. But I did that with my son. I said, "Hey, Josiah, come here. Hold this frying pan." And I brought, or actually no, I had him hold the laser. I brought the frying pan down, and across the room I could see the light bending, deviating by about a centimeter.
So the lights behind, let's get it clear, because I've seen it. So this is what I think it was McToon came in. I had to laugh. I'm like, someone came and poured cold water over like a hot driveway, and it allowed them to see more. And I'm like, do you think it's more likely? Don't you think it's more likely that that refraction in the foreground was lifting up the ground and swelling up the ground in front of you, obstructing that? And then when he poured the cool water, it cooled down and kind of took some of that refraction down? Or do you think it's more likely that water
It
got
depends.
so cool it created a temperature inversion that it was so ridiculous. I couldn't believe it. It was so obvious what was happening. It was refraction uh, magnifying the road in front of it and creating an obstruction. And when he poured the water, it took some of that refraction down. It kind of, even up the temperature a little bit. And
Are you saying you do agree that the temperature can bend the light?
see, this is when you get insulting, and it's like, what are we even doing, bro? What are you talking about?
I'm asking. I'm trying to
All right,
decipher
well,
what you
now
just
I'm
said.
not going to talk to you anymore, bro, because now you're just being a weirdo. Come on, so disingenuous, Bert. You know that we're clear on what refraction is. We're clear that temperature can be a culprit in bending, quote unquote, bending the light or in refraction. Like, why ask stupid straw man question, bro? That's why I try to encourage someone else to talk to them. I don't have the patience for some of these guys, and it's weird. We've done that fucking weird ass dance 100,000 times. I mean, literally day after day after day for fucking years on end. You coming in and asking the same weird straw man question. I'm not with this shit tonight, man. Not with them guys. Are you saying wait? So are you saying temperature can change, create refraction? Like, yes, bro. You know that we're all well caught up on all of this shit.
Yeah, he left. Oh shit.
Like, I'm supposed to try to be cute and coy with you, bro. Dudes are weird, bro.
Oh, Jamal, do you have a YouTube channel? Someone in the chat was asking if you had one.
Nah, I don't. I only really talk about this flat earth shit on here. I do other stuff like videography, videos and all that, but not related to flat earth, just art shit.
Oh,
All
damn,
my
Thor
content
just
is right
left the
here on flat
room.
earth.
He's the one that's always getting about math and stuff like that. And I was like, ooh, I forgot who it was. I mean, maybe it's both of you, Alan. But Shane, I guess somebody's like the math wizard over there because there's this one dude over here. He's just obsessed with math. And I guess he's a teacher and he's a self-proclaimed rapper.
You
Nice.
know, I'll talk to that dude. He's like Goodwill Hunting Rain Man. He's good with math, but he's awful at logic and fucking making any sense. Like he's really bad. This dude, let me tell you what this dude did one time. He came to me and he went and came back. He went and found out like what's the price per square meter of like the thinnest glass you can get manufactured, and then went and I guess made up some sort of specs for the dome, and then spoke about how much it would cost to make the firmament out of the thinnest glass.
What? Yo, respect,
I
dog.
swear to God.
Hey, nah, fuck
Yo,
it, dude.
that
That's
shit threw me
respectable as
for a
fuck.
loop.
Dude, I mean, well
That
played.
shit
Well
threw
played.
me. Like I had no rebuttal, bro. I was just gassed, bro. Like,
That's what's up.
and I mean, he was laying it like aggressive, like how just how fucking stupid you guys are. Like, you believe that?
But yeah, in terms of math lads, no, I am not the math lad. I look at equations and kind of know what they're doing and stuff, and asked help from Stone, Eric, and other people, Shane in particular as well, especially when it comes to trigonometry. That's all their bag in particular. But yeah, as far as I take it, is just like understanding what they're trying to say with the equation, like in particular with like relativity and stuff.
Right, that's what I was hoping to get more out of tonight, because I was actually agreeing with John at a certain point in that discussion when it came to like sort of just the Eratosthenes experiment and kind of the assumption of a really far away sun, and how but I heard Shane start mentioning like the covariant like ratio, I guess, that you would just need like distances, potential distances, and what I kind of would love to have seen that fleshed out more, even like especially with some visual, like maybe with the if you were able to just have like a azimuthal dome fucking software, kind of like a model where you could just like play specifically with that. I don't know how big, like what kind of parameters you have, how much you're allowed to play with the dome on the Shane and business model. I never really went crazy with it. But.
Hey man, I told Alan to start breaking down a bunch of experiments, bro, and have it where the layman's can understand it, and with slides and all that. And it's gonna start on a MMX. You know what I'm saying? And but I was hoping the chronological order kind of thing or whatever. Maybe
Yeah, the
like
thing
whatever,
is
like
that they
every.
kind of got to humor their position a bit, which is fine, right? It is. I'm not saying it's illogical to treat the sun like it's an object, but to just jump right in there and just it's almost like let's just make sure that we have some caveats that this is not a concession that the sun is a physical object, but let's just play with some numbers and some models and see if there's something that could be satisfy everybody.
Yeah. Yo, and Jose, that was an excellent suggestion. I'm gonna be doing that.
When are you gonna drop that first one?
So next Tuesday will be the premiere of Mickelson Morley.
On Tuesday, YouTube.
Yep, it'll be on the 5th.
Okay, shit. I don't want to miss that.
I'll have my secretary put a link in for me.
Yeah. I need a fucking reminder, man, because my memory sucks, bro.
Yeah, man. I wish I could like catch you guys up, like have you guys see. I'm sure you guys have had these same type of experience, but it's the same types. They come in, they're all like the most extraordinary gentlemen. They all drink Dos Equis, most extraordinary gentlemen in the world. They do everything. They're pilots. They do that, and they got like 25 different professions, PhDs, and then they come in, and I guess they hear people who they're like, hey, but these guys aren't stupid. You know, what are they talking about flat Earth? Let me see where I can help them. Where they go wrong, and they try to offer up their help, and then they get pulled in, and it just becomes all too real, and they get triggered, and they just like turn into super villains.
Dude, it's the story of many men. Many, 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 or whatever.
Do you have I mean, off the top of your head, do you have any other experiments in mind that you want to tackle after that?
Yeah, so I was going to start with MMX, and then I was going to do SAGNAC, because those are extremely important. And then I was going to do Michelson, Gale, Pearson next, or after the second one, because that's where they take a closed loop circuit and say that, well, this interferometer is different than a Michelson-Morley interferometer. This one's allowed to measure rotation, and the Michelson-Morley interferometer measures nothing, because it's all going to build up to Ruyong Wang's 2004 experiment, where he showed it doesn't matter what the configuration of the light path is, meaning if it's a closed loop or if it's in a linear segment, it still makes the same measurement for velocity regardless. And that's extremely important because that's a direct refutation to relativity theory.
Oh, so you got to do those like back to back, like a part 1, 2, 3 kind of thing.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole series. As I started a while back a series. I have a playlist on it. It's called The History of Interferometry. But I did it all in like a big segment, so it's like 3 hours long, and I was like I've learned way more stuff since then too. So it would be nice to go back and do like individual prezzies for each experiment as the history unfolded. Yep.
Oh man. Nah, that's fucking dope, bro, man. Hell yeah, man. I've been like, I mean, like since I started coming into these rooms and fucking
you
hearing
haven't
these
lived
guys.
until you've heard an Alan Prezi.
That's hilarious, bro. Nah, but I've been like asking these guys, you know what I'm saying, like does that even exist, like where they have like breakdowns, like of these experiments, so like the average person can fucking listen to this shit and like actually like understand this shit, like without have to like really like dig in, like for a person that doesn't have too much time to like invest in fucking like um learning all the physics to understand like the white papers of the experiments and shit. Like I mean, I don't even know if it's possible to have a shortcut like that, but it'd be dope if there was just a video that breaks the shit down. Obviously, if you need to learn a few things here and there to get a full grasp on it, I mean, maybe that can be mentioned in the video. Like, hey, in order for you to understand this, you definitely have to dig into this. You know what I'm saying? Like a good breakdown. You know what I'm saying, right?
Absolutely.
I think they've been doing that. They just need to make. I guess people are kind of just clamoring for something a little more digestible. They just go all the way in and just dive in on such a high level. Most people kind of just, this 4, 5, 6 hour videos and shit. Probably don't get through it.
Yeah, like maybe the. I mean, really, I don't. I have like looked into it, but I don't. I can't recall like if I really did find any. But it may be like maybe the ones that I did see like maybe were too advanced. You know what I'm saying? And I
Yeah, the
just didn't
reading
get it.
ones. The reading
Yeah,
ones are
like
the ones where they kind of just read the white papers and kind of just commentate on them as they read them.
yeah, it's like a physics teacher breaking it down to another fucking physics teacher, or well, not teacher, but just another physics PhD or some shit. You know what I mean? Like it'd be dope if he could do a breakdown of it and actually break down these terms in layman's. You know what I'm saying? You could give the real, the real PhD level breakdown of it, sure, and then break it down also to the average person so they can understand what's being said.
Well, Jose, you've been here for a while, bro. All of these dudes, all these experts who've been coming in here, all these degree credentialed guys. How many of them have you heard me have to hem them up on Michelson Morley and the way that they've been taught to misrepresent it and just say it debunked the ether, they didn't detect the ether? Every last one of them is coming here saying it didn't detect the ether, they didn't detect the ether.
The
Oh
programming
no,
is strong.
1,000%. I mentioned that to Alan when I brought it up. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the that's. I think maybe it was at that point where, where like it kind of hit me, like, hey, why isn't there like videos, like a whole docu-series where you could just find these experiments, you know what I'm saying, broken down into layman's, and I said, hey, I mean, who better than Alan or anybody that wanted to take on the task? Because I know your shit. I know fucking Stone is great. There's a Piezo, and and Piezo. I mean, um, whoever wanted to tackle it, man. I really don't care.
You know what's really digestible around that topic? The principle. They have a little bit of their own angle and their own some globe shit, but just in terms of geocentrism and heliocentrism and like the kind of the cultiness going on in cosmology.
I told you, Witcher got a new thing, a new series, and his first episode was kind of like a short and concise principle.
Right.
Yeah, it was pretty dope.
Yeah, it was really nice to have a shorter series and just kind of keep it as like the baseline stuff and then build upon that as you go through. I really like that idea. And people have been telling me for a long time, stop making 3-hour presentations. Do like 20-minute recaps or something like that. So yeah, definitely gonna start incorporating that moving forward.
Yeah, bro. Like, listen. I mean, I like wanted to like really dig in. Like, I forgot who was it that said it. Like when I was in Eat the Cows over there when I was mentioning the experiment thing, but where he was like kind of encouraging like why sell yourself short. Why don't you, dig in and do it yourself and shit like that. But like, I mean, I've tried to like, I've even went into, your round tables and shit like that, but that's pretty advanced shit. Like, you have to kind of know your shit to understand what's being said. You guys are talking amongst yourselves, but you guys understand what's being said. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, to take time out of my day to do it, I don't know, and maybe I'm just being lazy and cutting corners, and there's no way around it. Like, you may have to like really dig in and learn the shit so you could fully understand it. Um, but I was just kind of hoping for a shortcut, I guess.
No, absolutely.
Yo, until you get to the equation part, you'd be surprised how digestible some of like Maxwell and some of that earlier. Some of that shit, some of the just the written part of it is digestible. It's just the
Yeah,
equation.
like I have a decent, like I can grasp the concepts, but mainly I think what I'm best at is my bullshitometer is like on 100. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like yeah, like I could detect that like great. You know what I mean? But when you start digging into those details in physics and shit, and I mean even excluding the fucking math, but and the fucking equations, but I don't know. I do want to be able to thoroughly roast anybody because I am one that I really don't give a fuck. I'll bring up the conversation to anyone. I'm not embarrassed to fucking talk about it with anyone. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks of me. I don't care.
Oh, you know what I wanted? I don't know if I ever heard Ether Cosmology talk about. You guys ever found any literature around the etheron, like when they were particleizing the ether and talk calling it the etheron?
No, never heard of it.
Really? Oh man, I gotta find. Watch the video about it once. It was yeah, they were pointing out some books back, and there was like a whole paper trail about this idea of like an etheron, and they were giving it like they said it moved at I think pi over 2 times the speed of light.
Not the etheron.
Yeah, they were giving all these different attributes and made a little particle and reified it.
Did you guys ever destroy the muon?
The muons.
The
Oh,
moo
John got
the
cooked on that.
muon.
I said, John, why would that be any different than and I swear to God, I'm freestyle. That's my first time. I didn't know what the fuck he was actually talking about. I'm just listening to the logic. I just feel like I'm keen on logic. And he's like, we noticed that the muons over here have a different half-life as the muons over here. So time slows down. I said, John, you can't just fucking reify time and then slow it down. Like fucking it's like slowing down is like a derivative of speed of motion. Time is there's no physical, it's not a chronos particle moving. So you can't, like, you're just committing all types of fallacies. And I said, why would that be any different than like saying you have some people up on a plateau and some people down on a beach and they have different lifespans, and then saying, well, time behaves differently on these two different, like, what the fuck is the difference? Out of all of the different variables that could be, you just made time the culprit. You just reified time, just made it the culprit. He said,
And well,
well, I didn't say time slows down. Well, maybe I did, but I shouldn't have. And then continued to say it like 5 more times
yeah,
because that is indeed your position.
because yeah, I was going to say time is a function of velocity in their paradigm, so they're inextricably linked. So he's not ever saying that. I don't know if that double negative made sense, but
not saying it.
Yeah, so I got a new argument for muons, and it's in relation to time dilation, right? So relativity theory is predicated by the mathematical, or not predicated, it's what would it be? It's verified through covariant transformations, right? And that's called Lorentz symmetry. And this is what that means is essentially when you do a transformation, and you're using relativity, so when you're using Lorentz's transform, you change the time axis and the x-axis as a function of the velocity. So then that makes up symmetry, right? Space and time. That's why they call it space-time symmetry and not, space and time. It's space-time, right? They're merged. So anyway, when you get into the math aspect of it, to satisfy a covariant transformation, you have to do time dilation and length contraction. You can't just do one because that's an asymmetrical transformation, and that's not fully facilitating Lorentz symmetry, right? That symmetrical transformation. So sometimes they call space-time symmetry, they'll call it Lorentz symmetry. So that's, I kind of just use them interchangeably. But anyway, what they do for the muon, so they'll take the reference frame of the muon in the atmosphere, and they'll say, okay, this muon is he's stationary because he's moving so fast at the speed of light or whatever, and the muon's also a man. So anyway, he's stationary in the atmosphere, and he's experiencing time dilation. So everything's really, really slow for him. And the atmosphere and the Earth are moving towards the muon in that scenario. So the atmosphere and the Earth are experiencing link contraction. Now, that puts their creation for the muon at like 50,000 feet, something like that, or 30,000. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it gives them their altitude for the half-life where they say, well, the muon must have been created up here and then it ended up down here because we did our symmetrical transformation and we concluded that the half-life is extended due to link contraction and time dilation. It's like, okay, cool. But that transformation has to be reciprocal in the observer and then in some other observer's frame, right? So what they'll do in the lab is they'll say, okay, this muon is time dilated, but they don't apply any link contraction because the idea that the lab frame in the lab is moving towards the muon, like you can obviously tell it's not doing that. So they don't even put that on the table, and they only talk about it through the lens of time dilation. And that's an asymmetrical use of Lorentz symmetry, and it's not valid. So the idea that relativity theory has mutual exclusivity, explanatory power over a muon's half-life is preposterous, and it's a violation of the use of the mathematics.
Way over my head, bro. But yeah, man, I definitely I strive towards understanding this one day.
Yeah, so if they change only the time axis for time dilation and they don't change the distance axis, the x-axis for link contraction, then what they're doing is it's just purely kinematics. There's no explanatory power there.
Right. That's the whole relativity of simultaneity thing I was seeing. Like the little visual with the lightning was really helpful to kind of visualize the. I think it was like a lightning strike setting off a bomb or some shit like that.
Oh yeah, that's another good one. That's
Is that
another.
like the same as your train thing?
Yep. So the way that they teach it, relativity of simultaneity, is they'll give the example in most textbooks. They'll say, suppose you have an observer on a train moving at a constant velocity, v, and then you have a stationary observer, and then you have a spatially separated simultaneous event that occurs, and that'll be 2 lightning strikes. So 2 lightning strikes that are some distance apart from each other. And at the midpoint of that event, we're going to have our stationary observer and our moving observer on the train intersect. So at that very moment in time, they're both in the exact same position. Now, the stationary observer, he receives the signal from the lightning symmetrically. So the simultaneous event is simultaneous in his frame. But relativity says that because the observer is moving towards the light, so he's going to see the light that he's moving towards faster, and therefore the event isn't simultaneous. Now, from that, you can do a Lorentz transform and say, okay, if we move this observer back based off of a function of his velocity, he'll be in that midpoint again, and the event will be simultaneous. But you have to do a Lorentz transform for the stationary observer, and you have to make the event not simultaneous for him. Because the whole purpose of reference frames, when Einstein says all reference frames are equally valid, he's saying that, and there's no such thing as a stationary reference frame. So even though you might be stationary on Earth, you're in rotation with respect to the center of the Earth, right? So you're not actually in an inertial frame, they would say. So, or I'm sorry, that you're in some relative motion. So with that said, they need to show that both of the frames are equivalent. So they do a transformation to show that the vice versa is true. So they'll make the stationary frame not have the simultaneous event, and the moving train does. Now, most people erroneously conclude that because of that transformation, both frames agree on the outcome, that the event was simultaneous, in reality, which is antithetical to relativity theory, because the event can't be, if the event is simultaneous in reality, then that means that time and space are absolute. And relativity says that time and space are functions of velocity, and they're not absolute. And the speed of light is constant. So as a consequence of this, simultaneous events in reality would lead to different physical outcomes. So with the bomb example, it's really good because the bomb detonates in the stationary frame. We know the bomb will detonate, right? Like, that's pretty obvious. But then when you add velocity to it, would you be willing to bet that because of the train's velocity, the simultaneous event doesn't detonate the bomb? And it's like, well, there's some ambiguity there, because you get into the time it takes for the signal to get to the bomb. And it's like, okay, fair enough. So that's why I came up with the balance beam explanation, because it leads to a different physical outcome that you can verify, and it doesn't depend on how long it takes for the signal to be sent or anything like that. So it's a little more straightforward in that regard. But
so like applying these transforms. My bad. Somebody want to say something?
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh, now just like applying these transforms to me, when I hear these transforms, it seems like I just hear it as like apologetics, kind of like I'm trying to understand what is the true nature or essence of these transforms. It's kind of like just a mathematical explanation, explaining away
So the purpose of it is to show that time and space aren't absolute, and time and space are actually functions of velocity that are arbitrarily defined, due to any given reference frame that you're doing your analyzation on. So like whatever velocities for the 2 observers that you're using, you can treat one as stationary, then you could measure all the relativistic effects that the moving observer is experiencing, and then you could do a transform, because you have to show that both frames are equivalent. You could transform, and then you could impose the relativistic effects due to velocity on the stationary observer, and then the moving observer would have the stationary effects. And in doing that,
so this is kind of like how they get their fabric, is like this nexus of this time space, like they're linked and they kind of move together, I guess.
Yep. And so when you have a simultaneous event, right, and then that leads to, a physical outcome, and because it doesn't lead to a different physical outcome, that falsifies the entire principle of relativity of simultaneity, because it demands that the events lead to different physical outcomes. And the reason for that is, if the laws of mechanics hold good, shout out to the dynamies we were talking about earlier, then the sequence of events observed in the moving frame also has to be valid. And that's extremely important because when they get into the transformations, they can show that the bomb will definitely go off in both frames, which agrees with reality. And they erroneously conclude from that that also is in alignment with relativity of simultaneity, but it's not. It has to.
How do they try to absorb that?
So they try to absorb it by saying that what did Franco do the other day? It was by making both frames agree with what you know is going to happen, right? Because we know the bomb's going to go off, right? So when you do the transformation and you show that, the bomb could go off in both frames, they stop right there. They're like, that's as far as I need to go. And they'll argue that for spatially separated events, it would be a violation of causality to have them have a different agreement. But that's precisely what Einstein was putting forward. That's why, this theory is so radical and different, because it deviates from what would be an apparent effect, right? Because you could say like, oh, I'm moving towards this, so there's a Doppler shift. I perceived it like as not simultaneous, but in reality it was simultaneous. Einstein's saying, no. Different physical outcomes, and that would be due to the validity of the sequence of events in the frames. So if you perceive it differently in that frame, it has to be physically valid. Which is
Alan. I mean, I heard you speak on this and whatever on the debate with you, Shane, and Peter and Moron. But do you have like a presentation, like a breakdown of this, like with visuals and shit?
Yeah, I made like a 20-minute follow-up after that debate. I'll have my secretary send a link.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, and then actually, let's see. So, that relativity of simultaneity ruffled a lot of feathers. A lot of relativists got super mad over it. And McToon reached out to me and was like, yo, I'm doing a 50-hour stream. I'm going to have I Can Science That and someone else. Well, he didn't say the other person because I don't think he knew at the time or whatever. But anyway, he was like, I'm going to have I Can Science That come on and do a refutation to it. So if you want to come defend it, you're welcome to. And I sent him an email saying that I wasn't going to be doing that, but I left him specific instructions for I Can Science That and links and stuff and citations for what the actual argument was, because a lot of people were straw manning it and not understanding the relativistic implications as quoted by Einstein himself. So I left him like specific instructions, and I emailed I Can Science That and was like, hey, this is my video. These are my citations. Respond accordingly. And then so Sunday comes around. I get around to watching the video, completely strawmanned me, bro. Didn't address what I was saying and actually cut me off in the video before I start reading directly from Einstein, which supports my interpretation of the sequence of events having to be valid in both frames, and completely refutes their interpretation where they're content with just leaving it at the transformations and saying that both events do agree in reality. In both frames. So let me see here, get you the video link to that.
Well, you weren't surprised that happened, were you?
I was, because I can science that, and I have a history, and I expected him to not do that. I honestly did, and I was kind of hurt
okay.
that he did it, and it was like so egregious too, because when you watch it, you'll see it. I'm not gonna get too far into it, but yeah, it was just like, God damn, bro, you had one fucking job and you just couldn't do it. So, and then if you go to the comment section on that video, there's a 130 page reply between me and a certain physicist from Flat Earth Fridays that comes around. Shout out to Franco. He's taught me a lot over the years and argues to the what's the word I'm looking for? Argues the mainstream narrative to its like maximum potential, right? Like, how you can only get so far with someone who doesn't know the full interpretation of it or whatever. Right. So it's really good. Like, shout out to him for taking like 3 or 4 days to have back and forth with me in the comments. But yeah, you can read through that and see at the end there, it's like we get to that impasse, and it's really just about not acknowledging the validity of the sequence of events while simultaneously saying that It works out just fine and agrees with reality. And it's like, no, you're making an argument for absolute time and space, bro. Can't do it. And that's a big part of where the crux of the issue is on that. But yeah, it's a great argument once you get the intricacies of it. And now that I took it to its maximum logical conclusion, like there's no way out. Like it's super solid.
And this is without even having
Link is posted in there for anybody who wants it.
Thanks, Kat.
Is Kat the secretary, by the way?
Yes.
Oh, all right. I mean, I just always get them hung up on just reifying time and space and just giving them physical attributes. And I've never really gotten past anyone to really clarify that. Just like I get it. Trust me, I understand why they're doing what they're doing. Will they be honest about what they're doing ultimately when they try to reify it? Like how John just came in talking about, physics has to be physical things and the fabric of space and time. They just throw the word fabric and it's like, all right, I can bend the fabric. I can visualize that, but I can't bend space time. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah. And, Einstein said specifically, too, not to attribute physical properties to the curvature of space time. So, like, they can have the bending and warping and stuff, but they can't have, like, a fluid medium with actual properties. So, like, the vacuum properties of electromagnetism. So, I keep saying it wrong again. The electric permittivity and magnetic permeability. Those properties, right? Those aren't acknowledged as, as part of that fabric, right? Like their fabric is purely a mathematical abstraction. So if you look at like a graph and you plot 2 points between it with respect to 2 other points, like that's basically what space-time is.
Right.
But if they dress it up into oh, dude, the space-time manifold, and if you take a piece of paper and punch a hole in it, that's the fastest way to get to the other side, and all that dog shit. It's like, that's the dressing or whatever, But it's like when you wipe away that dressing, it's like, oh, you just put a bunch of dog shit on my plate. Like, I see what you did there.
You ever had a space-time sandwich with a little moon on sauce?
Yep.
Some nuance.
Well, I just noticed all these links are going in the chat. I already set a notification for what was it, for the MMX thing. I saved the last link. Let me see if I missed anything else.
The one for November the 5th, I have the notification on too, so I'll drop it in our back channel and remind you guys.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely give reminders. I definitely put a notification on, so in case I miss it, but I know I can rely on you to remind me.
How could we forget? It's Tuesday, November 5th, aka Election Day.
Oh, nice. Who's playing?
Yeah, that's hilarious. Wait, so Alan, y'all have like multiple Discord servers like within your Discord servers? Because Fundamental just sent me this invite to this other one and I'm dying at the name.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know anything about that. I don't know Fundamental.
Oh, because I see Beasticles is in there and Riggs. It's called Only Fans of Truth.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Let's see. Yeah, so there's another server called Earth Awakenings, and I guess they had like a little falling out over there, so they made a new server. So it's not necessarily like Ether Cause related or anything like that, but that's their thing. Riggs and the boys.
Oh, so what you're saying is the people who had a falling out in Earth Awakenings kind of like segued and made like their own little space.
Yep.
What do you think of that space, Alan? We were in there on Friday and it was yeah, it was very interesting to say the least.
Which one? The Flat Earth Fridays?
Earth Awakenings.
Oh, what was going on Friday? I missed it.
So Riggs had come in here and he said, hey, the guys over in Earth Awakenings are discussing,
Oh,
the White Desert,
yep.
the golden ticket, Will Duffy, right? Would you want to come over and just like kind of discuss what you have found? And like our girl Shishi, she's not in the room right now, but she's the one that actually reached out to ALE, and initially said, hey, I'm a journalist, like, I heard about this golden ticket thing, and they were like, oh, that's actually through another company called White Desert. So of course we all were like kind of scrambling, like, what is White Desert? So yeah, Riggs came in here last Friday to ask us if we wanted to go over there. So we went in there, and Corey's still in the room. We were over there, and Jamal was actually in there too, listening. And yeah, they were just basically giving me the third degree, asking me to give proof of this and all this other stuff. And Cassidy, the runner-up, was in there, like the one where it was like down to me and her. And I just gotta say it, and I don't even care that the replays are on. She's a sore fucking loser.
Oh, she's super salt.
Yeah, because okay, she first said that because they were asking about, well, what proof do we have that you've been a flat earther? Like they were basically saying that Flat Earth Gang was like, they were alluding to the fact that we were a psyops, because they were like referring to this whole Will Duffy saying that a flat Earth scammed you over the golden ticket. McToon battled this new moon guy, back in December of 2023, and we see that you've only been part of Flat Earth Gang for a certain time. And I was like, yeah, I joined in November of 2023. Like I wasn't like, I'm not a content creator, I'm not debating, because I guess they were trying to figure out, well, how come you were never part of any of the Flat Earth spaces? And I'm like, well, I didn't really like go into Flat Earth spaces. Flat Earth Gang was like the first one, because it was an app that I had already since June of 2021. I just didn't use it after the whole like COVID thing, when there were literal doctors in this space, like basically like calling people bad people if they didn't vaccinate themselves or their children. So anyways, I kind of went into that backstory a little bit, and they were just like, oh, but what's your proof? And I was like, yeah, my proof was my YouTube history. Like, and mind you, this is when Cassidy, she said that I guess her proof that she showed was text messages or whatever, which, I mean, let's be real, before iOS updates, you could actually fake text messages. Let's keep it a beam, but you can't fake a YouTube history. But I even said, I prefaced this, I was like, well, my proof was just my YouTube history, and I didn't even think that would even get me to like the finalists or whatever. I just sent what I sent. And
That's a super low bar for proof.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. That's all I had, Alan, because like, I mean, I'm not a content creator, I'm not a debater and all that kind of stuff, but like, you can't lie YouTube history, right? Like you can go date it back. You can see that my YouTube account has been active since 2011, and it literally dates it like by month and year. So like I even said this, I was like, I literally just made the cut of being a flat earther for 2 years. So after she said that she proved her proof with like text messages, I was just like, oh, okay, yeah, awesome. Like, that's cool. Yeah, I showed my YouTube history. So like I did them the courtesy of showing them that, because they were so like set on like, first of all, they were saying that I sound media trained and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, listen, I understand y'all don't know me from Adam, like, whatever, but respectfully, I don't give a fuck what y'all think. Y'all just, I mean, in my mind, they just sound like a whole bunch of like druggies and hippies that just smoke Marlboro cigarettes outside of their trailer park. But anyways, I digress. No, I'm gonna keep it a buck. That's really what they sound like. But it just got like very weird and icky. And it's like, I'm not gonna disclose information. Like, I'm a woman, I'm a female. I don't need y'all. I mean, y'all can step to my property. You'll get this fucking smoke. I live in a castle state, so come get it. That's not a threat, that's a promise. I'm keeping it a buck. But yeah, it just got icky and the whole thing. Then they got like racist in the chat, like saying that we're like the urban community flat earthers and that we're
What
on the
the
welfare
fuck?
system. Yeah, I screen recorded the whole chat. Like, so I was just like, oh, okay. And then Cassidy was all like, oh, your proof sucks. And I'm like, why do you sound like a sore loser, girl? Like, and mind you, she was hitting me up on Telegram saying, why don't you come into this space with all the other finalists and we can all discuss, which I totally would have been down for. But the way that she reacted, and I guess her reaction to like how my girls went in there and defended me, like, I guess she felt some type of way, and they were just saying, y'all are they're aggressive. And it was just like, just listen, it's microaggression and low-key racism that we're so used to dealing with in this space and just in general in life. And I never even like to pull the race card, but I just know what it is when I see it, especially when I can see you typing it in the chat, that I was just like, ooh, this space is just not it. But Riggs already put it into perspective. He already warned us. He goes, this is basically like the hippie, druggy, like trailer trash community of the flat earth. They do not represent ether cosmology or any other space. And our boy Coffee, our resident Glober, him, he said that when he started following some of these people over on X, like the stuff that they would post was just straight up racist. So like, I honestly just don't have any interest in ever going back into that space. I don't owe them a damn thing. Like they are just, they're just like subhuman people.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy is your proof and that text message proof are like equivalent, right? Like they're not one's not better than the other, in my opinion. That's funny that she's like that. I don't know. She thought she has like a superior claim on it or something. But yeah, in terms of people's reaction and whatnot, I think a lot of people are super stressed out over the 24-hour sun situation, and it's got a lot of people nervous and like they don't know how to react to it. And a lot of people have been comfortable for a long time and they haven't really been pressed, and other people have been kind of doing the work for them or whatever. And then now when there's like something that they don't know about and like they just feel hella uncomfortable and they don't know how to take it. So like when you come in, they're like, chill, agent, media, provocateur, or whatever, and then as far as the racism stuff goes, that's pretty crazy.
I think that's also the rise of the concavers too.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it, man. Like a lot of their arguments are, I don't understand maps and stars, but it's definitely concave. And it's like, ooh, what map you using? Like, oh, the same one that we're all using. That's a map of the stars. Like, bro.
Yeah, and we have an explanation for the 24-hour sun.
Do we?
No, that's what they say.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's their that's their position. And it's like, dude, your position is just the globe and you just don't realize it and you think you're being slightly different.
Elizabeth, I just want you to know that I'm sorry you had an experience at Earth Awakenings. It is definitely the drama Discord server. Most people that are there to stir the pot, no matter which side they are on. So I'm sorry they weren't welcoming, but it doesn't surprise me that you got treated that way there. And not a good way to represent themselves or the community for sure, but it's definitely the pot stirring drama Discord. So stay away. They don't deserve you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Kat. And listen, like Riggs already warned us before we went in there. We just went in there in good faith. Like, oh my gosh, let's bridge the gap. Like we're all flat earthers. Like, let's do it. Even if we all don't agree on every single point, it'd just be nice. Like if y'all just want to get to know me, just like Flat Earth Gang has had a privilege to get to know me over the last year, just like you guys are taking the opportunity to get to know me. And, we're more like we're more like collaborating within spaces, going more over to X, going more into Discord. Y'all are coming over here. Like that was the whole point. So I don't feel bad, not one bit, because like I know who I am, and I just feel like in the society that we live, people just don't know authenticity when they see it. Like who you get on the internet with me is who you get in real life. Like I'm 120 pounds soaking wet Latina, and like whoa, pause. I didn't mean soaking wet like that. Anyway, but y'all know what I mean. Like I'm just like a small, tiny little girl. Like I don't claim to be the debater. I don't claim to know the most math or science. I literally am just me, like I literally just stumbled across the information like most people did, and I'm just fascinated by it. And now I have found my tribe of people where I get to just communicate, and I've been able to like branch out and meet more amazing people like yourself. So I'm not like necessarily surprised. I've known, and I kind of heard from the beginning, there will always be that stigma, that small stigma of like some flat earth communities that are all into that like super white supremacy stuff. And listen, I'm not saying that was all them. I'm not saying that exact people were, and I know that not the people that were saying those things in the chat don't represent the whole Earth Awakening. So I don't want to like say that they all suck. I'm just saying like the way that they were just handling themselves. And, I get it, have skepticism, but it just seems like they lack discernment and common sense.
It's a fair assessment.
Yeah, I popped in there. I mean, when I heard they were kind of just had Liz in the hot seat, but they were being cool about it seemingly. But the second she left, it was just like it just unraveled quickly, and it was just like I even heard someone sort of float the idea that the whole flat Earth gang could be like a Will Duffy long game. Shit was cool.
Dude. Yeah, it starts to get crazy. Like I hadn't been following the final experiment thing, right? So when I heard about when the video dropped from Duffy about the flat earther who scammed the world or whatever, I was like, oh, that sucks. But he's just like like my initial inclination was like, oh, this is some sort of scam and it's not even real. And then I watched about 2 seconds of the video where you got picked or whatever, and I saw your reaction, and then I just closed the video and I was like, I don't care about this. And like I didn't really, there's like no strong opinion about it. And then when you came on to tell the story, I was like, oh, this is way more interesting than I thought it was. And I could tell that you were super genuine and like not involved in the scam or whatever, whatever that golden ticket thing, whatever the Indian guy was doing. Like I was like, oh, she had nothing to do with that. Like it was just, I don't know. I think when people are super emotional about things, they look at it through that lens of like, oh, you have to be the bad man, otherwise I'm the bad man, and I can't be the fucking bad man. I'm the good man.
Kind of boils down to that.
Yeah, no, I enjoy it here. I enjoy y'all over in Ether Cosmology and now Flat Earth Fridays, like with Sacred and Proud Flurf and all that kind of stuff. Like I enjoy those spaces. I enjoy the times. Like, listen, conversation can get contentious. I don't ever mind to be in the hot seat. Like, listen, you can ask me questions. I'm an open book, but like, yeah, it just gets to a certain level where if the vibe is icky, I'm just like, nope, next.
Yeah, you got that threshold. Once the threshold's crossed, it's over. I'm the same
Hey,
way.
Sacred also did his first live too on TikTok. I think it was yesterday. Was it yesterday?
Oh yeah,
I definitely, I definitely popped in there for a little bit.
nice. How was it?
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I felt like he was kind of brave because I mean I don't know really how to fuck with TikTok, to be honest with you, but like on the side there was like a couple of like I guess photos of people, so I could only see like I couldn't see like who was really in the room, but he was like just taking on a bunch of Globers there and
Nice.
with not much help.
What a
But
legend,
it
man.
was pretty cool.
Yeah, I've been trying to make it over there, but I'm having some problems getting TikTok to work on the computer because I don't want to use my phone. I'm like phone avoidant.
Wait, Streamlabs. Have you downloaded Streamlabs? That's a third-party app that our friend Linnell uses in order for him to use TikTok/go live.
So you can go live from that, but can I join us? Could I join Sacred Space from that? Do
But
you
can
know?
you use OBS Studio and do that too?
I think,
Yeah,
yeah, that's the other one too as well.
yeah, you can do some OBS trickery to go live, but you can't join a space with it. So like you could host a space, but you couldn't invite anyone or anything like that. It would just be like a stream actually.
So would you need to essentially make like a second account to kind of make like your own pseudo moderator or something?
No, I have to, pretty sure I have to use the app, and then that's just dog shit. I had something set up like 2 weeks ago, and then a couple of days later it just stopped working, and then now I can't get it to work. Luckily I was able to get this to work again, but that took like 6 hours. But enough about all that stuff.
What's up, guys?
What up, Dave?
What up? Awesome debate earlier. That was well, I can't say awesome, but it was definitely entertaining to listen to. That guy is, man. You're gonna go up against him again. That'd be good. That'd be really cool to see.
Oh yeah,
For sure.
we're doing citation swaps, formal Lincoln Douglas debate, like similar to what me and Mord did, but probably with a little longer time. I think the
Yeah,
I think the
it's great
debate
though.
with Mord and I could have been better if it was a little longer. I underestimated getting getting everything out in 3 minutes with 2 minute back and forths. So little adjustment on that, and I think we'll be golden.
Awesome. Yeah, that guy he has his paradigm, down to a T, which is what you want to go against, because that's what people need to see. But he's just going to make all kinds of assumptions and say it's science. So that's the
Oh,
problem with any guy like that.
that's okay. I never leave home without a pocket full of receipts to refute
There you
anything a
go.
relativist says.
Right. Oh yeah, I wanted to say something about Earth Awakenings because I hang out there a lot, or I did more so before before Ether Cause, but I don't think there's any way of like categorizing that whole server as anything. Wouldn't you agree, Alan? It's like just a mishmash of different people that
It's
come in
a
and out.
it's a mixed mash of people, and from my understanding of it, the threshold to get banned from that server is super
Yeah,
high, right?
and it's because
Whereas,
Geo's fair. He's fair to a fault.
yeah, to a fault, dude. I'm quick on the draw. If someone's dog shit dog, like they're
Yeah.
gone. Like that's why our
Right.
server is completely different than than the other ones.
And Geo's super knowledgeable about a lot of things, and including drugs. So I think that's kind of where like maybe some of the judgment comes from, like the druggie or whatever, hippie druggie. I could see someone calling him hippie druggie, but he's like actually got like a master's degree and like psych, like all these like very like in-depth rants you can go on about psychotropic medicines and all that. So I wouldn't say it's just like don't ever go back there. Definitely, Geo's someone's interesting to get to know if you decide to do so. And I can't say anybody else is like of that server that would be like always there and like defining the server. And I don't even know that girl that you were competing with. I don't think she's ever been there in except for the time that you were there. So yeah, I just wouldn't judge at all on that. And there's ballers in there too, So if you ever want to like get in an argument with a baller, it'd be a good place to go, because Geo doesn't ban them as like as readily as other people might. But yeah, just to put a word out there, not to write it off all completely.
Oh, Geo was cool. I just choose
Yeah,
to spend my time around energy that I like, and that just wasn't it for me. So, like, I added Geo on the side. Like I said,
yeah, it's
everybody's
his
always
server.
welcome. Yeah, everybody's always welcome to come over here. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
we treat people with respect. We have decorum over here. And I did say that earlier. I don't know if you missed that. I was like, I understand that that doesn't represent everybody
no, I know
over
you
there,
did. Yeah, I heard that.
but it just wasn't like a vibe that I care to ever go back to.
You can't judge it on that vibe though, because it'll be totally different the next time you go back. Is all I'm saying. Maybe.
I just don't care if you
It
take
could be. I'm not saying you should go back or trying to encourage that. I don't care either way. It's not. I have nothing. I have no stake in it. I'm just letting you know that it's different every time you go in there, possibly depending on who's there. That's all. But Geo is totally cool. You should check out the Earth Awakenings channel, or my channel has a bunch of recordings from Earth Awakenings that are like worth re-listening to or checking out. And if you ever get to talk to Geo on a one-on-one level, he's definitely a cool guy, even though everyone has their faults. Anyway, but yeah, awesome stream here tonight. That's a keeper.
Yeah, it was a good
Thanks,
time.
Dave. Yeah, and we have it on the replays, so it'll get saved to like our list of replays. Like when you go to the house, there's an option to like listen to replays. And
Oh
this
yeah,
is
I
what
was
I
gonna
wanted
ask
to
about that.
ask Jamal or Jose, like for those of you that have, or Corey too, since y'all have been here longer than me. So like, is there like an archive that Clubhouse does? Because I don't think all of our replays are listed in our listen to replays thing. I think it just like picks and chooses which ones, but I didn't know if there was like a back archive through Clubhouse, or if that's something that you had to reach out directly to the creators on, because I noticed that the other day. I was like, we should definitely have a lot more replays than we do. I'll eventually find out the answer. I think everyone's pretty much gone over to Linnell's show because I'm sure by now he's probably, I don't know, it's Wednesday, so I don't know if they're doing segments and stuff, but maybe he might be getting to the main cook. Maybe they already got through the top 25 list, but if y'all notice that the room is clearing out, that's where a lot of people are heading.
Yeah, seen it was getting a little dried up in here. Who's Linnell? What's that?
So Linnell was the one that was like briefly moderating in here earlier with the PTR with the man in the rainbow suit. I already cleared that up in your Discord. He is not gay. He is just starting a movement to take the rainbow back because the alphabet soup community does not need to take shit that is not theirs.
Nice.
The rainbow is God's beautiful creation. They do not get to fucking steal the rainbow, so we're taking it back.
Nice.
But yeah, the link is at the top of the house, the painful truth here. So like that's where everybody's at tonight. And he usually does like segments and stuff. But tonight, since it's Wednesday, it's Conspiracy University. So it's all things going on, current, you know, etc. And just touching on conspiracy. So it's not just like flat earth stuff.
Oh, got you. Cool. Yeah, I'm probably gonna wrap up soon. Gotta up my sun physicality argument game, so I'm gonna go work on that. You guys have a good night.
Thank you so much, Alan, for like stopping by, having the conversation, and just hanging out overall.
Oh, no worries, man. It's been a blast. You guys are awesome. It's nice to come into like a fully fleshed out community of badass people.
Likewise. And Kat, thank you so much. Like, you know, your presence, your energy is always welcome. Thank you for like being so awesome and dropping all those links in the chat for us.
Happy to help. Enjoy the space. It's been wonderful here. Lionel was awesome earlier. Why does he think I'm Jess?
Okay, so if it's one thing you gotta learn about Linnell is that everything's a conspiracy to him. So he has this thing where a lot of us have our own doppelgangers. He has his own stories and things made up about us, and he's mainly just kidding around. But you'll get to know him. That's just his humor.
Does he just think I look like her then? Because I was just like, I don't even know who Jess is. So, okay.
It's because you and Jess both happen to have curly blonde hair in your PTRs, and I think he's just like, you know, I think he's just trying to be funny.
Got it. Well, he's pretty cool. He's a 10 of spades, so group will.
Anyone
Good
that's
guy.
working to take the rainbow back is awesome.
I agree.
That and watermelon, because apparently in Qatar, our girl Hessa, that's why they were saying Liliana. That was the other conspiracy that he's, you know, Liliana and Hessa are the same person now. But that's our Qatari flat Earth girl, and I guess in Qatar something was going on where the gays were trying to claim the watermelon or something like that, and
What
we're like,
the
no,
fuck?
no, yeah, like you can't start claiming fruit, you can't start claiming the rainbow. It was never yours. Like, stop it, get your own stuff.
Once they took the rainbow, dude, now they're taking the fruit. Yeah, we got to put an end to that.
They took unicorns, like they're trying to take everything, and it's like, no, y'all are wilding right now.
Took a beautiful, majestic animal and made it gay.
Yeah, so we're taking it back. We're taking it back 2024, 2025. No more of this. They can find their own thing.
Nice. All right, I'm heading out. I'll catch you guys on Tuesday and or Friday.
Yeah, I was gonna say and or Friday, right? Flat Earth Fridays.
Yep, yo, definitely come through and tell the tale of the golden ticket. I've been building it up, but I didn't want to tell it because it's, you know, it's your story. So I'll build it up again and throw a Hail Mary. Hope you come through and tell it because it's an awesome story. People need to hear it.
Are you talking about like in the Flat Earth Friday spaces, like on X?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll come through. Yeah, I'll definitely be there this Friday. And yeah, like if you just want to like, yeah, throw in your little like introduction or like build it up, I'm more than happy to tell it. I mean, it's like I said, we've all my gang here, like we experienced this together. Like we experienced the emotion of when I won in real time. We have it on the replays of like when we found out. I was devastated that day when I found out that it was like a scam, and I really did feel like, damn, this is just a ploy to make flat earthers look bad. Now I look like a fool. Like I was really embarrassed, like low key, like I mean not even low key, but I was like crying in the room, and McToon had the audacity to come in here and be like, don't worry, Elizabeth, we'll get you to Antarctica. And I was like, go away, I don't want to talk to you. Like, I didn't say that, but I was just like so upset, Alan, that I was just like, yo, this is the last thing that I need right now. And of course, gang was just going hard. Like we knew that this was a scam. We knew this. So it's like, damn it. Like I was so naive to believe. So like, yeah, man, I'll definitely come through on Friday.
Nice. Awesome. We'll see you then. Later, lads and ladettes.
Good night. So, Elizabeth, did you say?
All right, lads and ladettes, let's take a quick look at the old schedule, see what we got coming up this week. Where did I take screenshots of the schedule? Yeah. Right here. Nice. So Tuesday already happened. Done did it. Wednesday, we did Clubhouses with the lads and ladettes. Thursday will be reading night, 9 p.m. Not sure what we'll be going over, but it'll be something. Then Friday, we have Flat Earth Fridays, episode 117, of course. And then that following Tuesday will be the history of interferometry, starting with the Michelson-Morley experiment. Later, lads. Take care.